All right, hello everybody. Just getting the stream started here this afternoon. All right, the audio sounds good on my end, so hopefully it's working on your end. Well, hopefully everybody's having a good weekend. It's been a pretty busy weekend, severe weather-wise. Yesterday, kind of a similar setup. Uh, Very widely scattered severe thunderstorms and strong storms at times, especially late afternoon and early evening. Now that we're into June, daytime heating plus a couple disturbances here in the center of the country, and those storms can go severe. So we have another day of widespread watches, basically extending all the way north and south along the high plains from North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, into western Nebraska, northeast Colorado, western Kansas, a tornado watch for the Texas Panhandle, and then a couple remnant areas of severe thunderstorm watch around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and then a small severe thunderstorm watch around the southwest Texas along the Mexican border. Seems like that area around is that Stockton City has been pretty consistently producing severe thunderstorms for pretty much the last month or so. So it looks like today is no exception, and there's already a big hailstorm down in that watch area, considerable threat, lime-sized hail. I'll take things kind of north to south, I think, right now, since right now we don't have any tornado watches or tornado warnings. There has been a couple tornadoes today. I think most of those have been in North Dakota. One actually from about 2:48 Central Time, a stovepipe tornado south of Woodworth for about 10 minutes. So there's been a couple tornadoes today. Most of those right now have been, on the northern end of the severe coverage today. Nothing right now going on in the tornado watch, but that will likely change here in a little while. Yeah, we're going to zoom in and take these things top to bottom. Large hail, I think, is going to be one of the commonalities of these storms today, especially the ones in the high plains. We actually have a cluster of storms right now around Devil's Lake, North Dakota. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. These are moving northeast at 35. So eventually these are going to get over to the I-29 corridor north of Grand Forks. But right now, some pretty gusty winds moving into Devil's Lake, North Dakota. Little area rotation in there, but we're starting to see that storm kind of bow out a little bit right in like that. So that may indicate a little bit higher end chances of some strong winds, especially east of those areas around Devil's Lake. This is actually right on the northern edge of the severe thunderstorm watch, so even just outside of the watch areas can often have some strong to severe thunderstorms. There were some strong thunderstorms near Winnipeg earlier that were warned in Canada by Environment Canada. Those look like have gone sub-severe by their standards, but still some strong storms in the Winnipeg, Manitoba area up to Selkirk. And then down, actually, it's not a fun ride from Winnipeg down to the U.S. border here at I-29. So these clusters of storms have been in this area for a little while. This is the area that produced that tornado earlier this afternoon. Still have some strong storms from the Jamestown area, back towards Steele, but non-severe at the moment. And then we pick up more of the discrete cells down in along the southwest portion of North Dakota into South Dakota. These are starting to get into our larger hailstorms here. 1-inch size hail being reported with this storm. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets upgraded. That's north of Lemon and just north of the state line here with South Dakota. Same here, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds just south of the state line. And then this one is one of the bigger cells here on the northern end of the severe weather right now. Near Faith, South Dakota, the storm has produced close to 3-inch hail. It's been spotter reported, so it's been verified by law enforcement and trained spotters. This also is showing that with the bright pinks and those blue shaded areas. That's some large hail in here, likely lime size or greater. There's a bit of rotation in here. This also has a nice presentation on it, at least visually. So this does have a tornado possible tag. It's being warned for considerable threat, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and tennis ball sized hail. So I'd say that's probably verifying right in this area here. This is a few miles south of Faith, South Dakota. Let's see. About 14 miles south of Faith, South Dakota. This is a relatively low populated area, so some good news that this isn't affecting a major metro area right now. But let's see if there's anything here. So Cherry Creek looks like the next major community, at least in this part of the country here. Cherry Creek around 4:25 Mountain Time. Let's see. If I zoom in really close here, along South Dakota Route 6, there's also a community called Red Scaffold. And then, yeah, right here at the edge of the warning, that is Cherry Creek. This storm is also moving a little bit different direction than those storms that we saw in North Dakota. It's moving southeast at 30. So that is one we will keep an eye on for sure. And right now, that is the only two warnings in the state of South Dakota. We're getting more warnings being announced here further south. Back into Nebraska, and our camera today is from I-80, just past the I-78 split. Actually, right around these storms. It's right. Our camera is like right here. So we have storms closing in on our traffic camera. You can see kind of a shelf cloud lowering, it looks like. Our camera is right here looking west. It's on the edge of this severe thunderstorm warning, so getting a really good view of this storm. Yeah, let's see here. Let me pull this up. So this area here that has a little bit of light on the left edge of the camera, that's looking a little more, not 78, 76. That's looking towards the areas here around Julesburg, kind of the edge of that storm. And then pretty much right down I-80 between Ovid and Chappelle. That's where the core of this storm is. And we're looking right at that core of the storm just on our traffic cam here, just out ahead of this. Yeah, and since I pulled up that traffic cam to get the stream going, we've had a pretty good look at this storm. It is being warned for a tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour wind, and quarter-size hail. Especially if you're in severe warnings today with large hail, it's good to be interior. Not full tornado safety precautions. You don't need to be, below ground or in your, FEMA-approved storm shelter. But it is good if, especially wind-driven hail, like that larger storm here to the north, the one up by Faith with tennis ball size hail, to be interior, lowest level, most interior room, away from windows, away from skylights. So definitely don't be below a skylight, because large hail could come through that. So definitely hunker down if you're out ahead of this in these warnings. Back this up and see if we can find the warned area of rotation here. Let's see. We're right on the edge of a radar site, so it's probably not going to show very good. Yeah, there is some rotation in here. Looks like it would be south of I-80 right now, that rotation. Kind of between Chappelle and Sedgwick. Yeah, we're kind of on the edge of the radar site, so I'm not getting a great look at that storm. Same for this storm. Has a little bit of rotation in it too. but this is a being warned for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is right along I-76 here near Sterling, Colorado. Reported hail and wind. Let's see, 59-mile-an-hour wind and 69-mile-an-hour wind. So this one definitely has a wind potential in here. Maybe a little less on the hail potential, but that is a nasty storm here in northeast Colorado. Yeah, this is right on the edge here of the Nebraska-Colorado border. So a couple stronger storms in Colorado today. At the end of our last stream, we started to see some of those storms pop up in the Boulder, Colorado area. That one, I think that was on Thursday. Was that Thursday night? Produced a lot of hail over the Denver area. Looks like today most of the stronger storms should be away from Denver, but we'll keep an eye on you guys too. There are some storms going up here just east and northeast of Lyman, Colorado, along I-70. We'll have to keep an eye on those as they upscale, but they're moving away from the Denver metro. Oh, they're just going to get a special weather statement right now, so the National Weather Service is keeping an eye on these as well. Wind gusts up to 55 miles an hour and nickel-sized hail, so these are just sub-severe. They'll probably, if they continue to upscale, get a severe thunderstorm warning. Likely just a matter of time for those storms. It's about 5:15 Central Time, 4:15 Mountain. And yeah, just about a half hour ago, those were really just thunder showers. So they've definitely organized quite a bit, especially the southern one. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets a severe thunderstorm warning here in a little bit. We have more storms going up here, severe warned, just on the the Colorado and Kansas state line. Golf ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour wind. This is a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. You can see that once again, kind of bowing out a surge of wind there. That's coming up towards Mantor, Kansas, eventually towards Johnson, Kansas. Right now it's over Buckeye Crossroads in eastern Colorado. Not much right now going on in our tornado watch area. We are starting to see some signs of development. And it looks like our dry line is set up right over the Amarillo area. It's actually progressing a little bit northwest. So we'll see, that should help spark some development here as that continues to move northwest here into the evening. And as these little thunder showers, right now not much, but as they cross this boundary here and get into some of that warmer, moister Gulf of Mexico air, that those ones will be ones to watch here. This goes till I believe 11 p.m. Central Time. And right now, our biggest area under severe threat right now is the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. These storms have been ongoing today quite a bit through the Red River Valley, and they're finally sliding south into the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. Looks like right now the strongest storms are going to stay north of both Fort Worth and Dallas. You guys have some cells, though, that are developing kind of over the city that are sliding more north. But it looks like these two areas here of severe weather are moving a little bit more east-southeast. So Dallas, we might get out of this without the worst of these storms here. The leading edge one, though, is sinking, especially with the development here on its southern flank. It is sinking a little bit further south, so that may clip into the Dallas immediate metro area here. But right now we have 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. I believe all these have it. Yeah. Basically, this whole area, north side of Dallas, 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. That's from McKinney, Plano, Frisco, Flower Mound, Denton, all the way over towards areas just east of Bridgeport, Texas. Zoom in a little bit. Rome, Justin, Ponder, and New Fairfield. This back storm seems to be moving a little bit faster, so that'll be interesting to see if it nudges the leading edge. And then also this area is under a flash flood threat here. There is flash flooding that's been observed north of the DFW area towards Howell, Sherman, Whitesboro, Gainesville, Gunter, and that will likely continue down into the Dallas-Fort Worth metro as these storms are kind of training a bit over this area here from McKinney, Denton over to Decatur. Not super large hail, but there has been some 1-inch hail reports. Looks like 1.5-inch might be the largest here that we're seeing as of the latest reports. And then we do have to watch these individual cells that are out in front moving a little bit more northeast. They may occasionally go severe here, and also have to watch their interactions with those larger clusters of storms north side of Dallas. One did go severe just recently here. This is out in the hill country near San Saba and Goldthwaite for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's another storm that wasn't there a little bit ago. Yeah, you can see how that quickly upscales. Yeah, about 40 to 50 minutes ago, literally nothing. And now it's a severe thunderstorm with ping pong ball size hail. So there are an environment of storms here today that here in Texas can go severe. We've had a couple storms go severe in western Louisiana, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds for both of those. They're north of Lake Charles right now. That one has a bit of rotation. We'll have to watch that one. That's near DeQuincy. Yeah, that is one to watch. And then the other one here is near Rose Pine, headed up towards Leesville with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's been some scattered storms along the Gulf Coast today. None are severe at the moment. Just kind of scanning the radar right now. There's a stronger storm here in southwest Georgia near Donaldsonville. That one's one to watch. But yeah, otherwise just some general kind of summertime showers and storms for the Gulf Coast states. Especially right now, it looks like the more concentrated area is pushed towards the I-20 corridor from Montgomery over to Meridian. And also checking here on the Florida Peninsula, we had some strong storms. The last stream that we had on Thursday night near Fort Myers, looks like there's another one developing near LaBelle. So we'll watch South Florida for an occasional severe weather as well. And then back to Fort Stockton. Considerable threat for, I believe, all three of these. Yeah, pretty much. Considerable threat for lime-sized hail and 60 mile an hour winds. I'd say lime-sized hail is probably a threat for all of these cells in here. Right now, they're not really doing much. They're just kind of sitting here. It looks like we've had a split. Yeah, we've had a split here from kind of one large cell, and now two cells have split off to the north. So, and now maybe a kind of 4 cells here. So we'll see what they do. They're going to keep kind of interacting with each other, bumping off each other's outflow boundaries. And this is a flood threat already here because these storms haven't moved much just south of Fort Stockton. So there is a flash flood warning. This area is a pretty arid part of the country, so it doesn't take a lot of heavy rain to create flash flooding. So if you're out in this area here, Fort Stockton, along I-10, down US 90 towards Sanderson, and then out US 67 towards Alpine, just watch out here for the flash flooding, especially if you're going between those cities, Alpine and Sanderson, to Fort Stockton. We have a new warning that just came out for areas around Fort Smith, Arkansas. Okay, yeah. Not much there again. It was another storm that just kind of popped up. Hail isn't the main threat here. It looks like it's a 60-mile-an-hour wind. And that one doesn't look as impressive. It's really close to the radar site, so that may be, let's see, it is radar indicated. Let's see if it was reported for 60-mile-an-hour winds, but keep an eye on those ones here in northwest Arkansas. Those are also in a pretty busy area right around 40 and 49. That's a pretty big interchange here. So that is likely causing a bit of travel delays right in that area northeast of Fort Smith. We also have some other general thunderstorms. They're in the same complex that's been moving through the Red River Valley. Severe warned on the northern suburbs of Dallas, but right now they're just strong storms from McAllister and Wilburton down towards Paris, Texas. That whole area has a special weather statement for just sub-severe storms. I believe the threat is 50 or so mile-an-hour wind and pea-sized hail. They're warning for that one for 40. Okay, 40 mile-an-hour wind and pea-sized hail. Those storms will continue to clear the I-35 corridor. All right, had to sneeze real quick. Yeah, those storms will continue to clear the I-35 corridor in Oklahoma. So Oklahoma's looking a little better right now, but still watching the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And it looks like Dallas-Fort Worth is going to continue to get some storms here bubbling up from the north, interacting with those storms here in the northern suburbs. So again, we're watching that traffic cam out of right on the Nebraska-Colorado border. We're seeing that strongest part of the cell slide just south of us. Yeah, we can start to see kind of the back edge with maybe some dust blowing out there too. That looks like some blowing dust. That's an interesting look. But the strongest part of that cell is just to the south of our camera. Our cameras are right here where 76 and 80 come together, and our camera is looking west. So we're looking at a little bit of the lighter precipitation to the west along I-80 here towards Lodgepole and Chappelle. But I-76 right now, Julesburg, down to Sedgwick, that is where our strongest portion of the storm is, looking basically in this area here. So getting a nice visual confirmation of that storm. There are more storms that have gone up here west of this camera. Right now they are sub-severe, but we'll keep an eye on those. It's going to be one of those streams here where we're bouncing around a little bit because of how widespread these severe storms are. Basically, there's severe storms from Arkansas and western Louisiana all the way up to the Canadian border. So, yeah, not one cluster of storms that we're just going to be watching. Looks like just extensions here for these storms that are coming out of Devil's Lake. That is now being warned here for areas around Fairdale, Adams, Lawton, and Lakota. Same warning, just extended out, 1-inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds. Those again will eventually be over on the I-29 corridor between Grand Forks and Grafton, so heads up there if you're traveling along I-29. Maybe have a flood threat developing down in this area here in east central North Dakota around Jamestown. These storms seem to be just kind of sitting here. Yeah, they're all sub-severe. Maybe some gusty winds and small hail in here. but let's see. They're moving east at 20 miles an hour, and they're kind of training over the same area. There's two kind of clusters of storms training over the same area here. So we really have to watch this area here around Jamestown up to Carrington and back towards Steele for a flood threat here with those storms. So this is our newest severe warning storm here in South Dakota. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds around Little Eagle. Still watching that storm. This is south of the border here. Is this the one around? Luckily, there's not many communities out here. Both of these ones here are 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds as well. All three of these storms right along the North Dakota, South Dakota border. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is the one I was looking for. The tornado possible, and it's the one south of Faith. Yeah, it's still rotating in here. Still headed towards, what is that community? Cherry Creek along South Dakota Route 6 and South Dakota Route 11. And yeah, we're still seeing some of those bigger hail signatures in here with the bright pinks and bright purple colors and those blue indications. This is sliding southeast, so eventually here in a little while, it may have slowed down. Let's see. Southeast at 35. So yeah, if you're out ahead of this around the Cherry Creek, South Dakota area, please be in your sturdy structure away from windows. Some severe storms with half-dollar size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds here in northwest Nebraska around Hyannis. Especially points north of Hyannis. Let's see. They're slowly kind of sliding southeast. They may skirt and miss the Hyannis area. If they hold together, though, Mullen, Nebraska needs to watch out for those storms eventually. Again, we're seeing rain hit our traffic camera here. We're watching this severe warning storm just right here where I-80 and I-76 meet up. And looking west out of this traffic camera, so we're seeing the rain hit the camera. Tornado possible still on this storm. It's been extended out for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds all the way down to Imperial. That's Imperial, Nebraska, Grant, Madrid, and Venango. Okay, so we're watching also this tornado watch. We can see our dry line setting up right here through Amarillo. It's been moving a little bit northwest, and we have a little bit of development starting with storms that are west of the dry line right now. However, I mentioned they're the ones to watch once they get east of this dry line, somewhat like this. Once they get east, they'll be able to tap that Gulf of Mexico moisture a little bit more. There's a lot higher dew points here in this area east of the dry line. We've started to see that happen here near Guyman, Oklahoma, with a special weather statement here for this storm. Already penny-sized hail and 55-mile-an-hour winds. This one could be the next one to go severe if it holds together. And then we'll have to watch that one. It's in a favorable environment for tornadic development. Starting to see a little bit more reflectivity here for these storms that are southwest of Amarillo. They're also approaching this dry line. So within the next little bit here, will be able to get a better picture of how these storms are organizing. And unfortunately, they may organize right in the Amarillo metro. All right, let's see if I can get a new camera. That one has served us well. I see the summer construction season has really begun here in Nebraska. That is a messy interchange. Looks like we have a new tornado warning coming in here, so we're going to check that. You can really see some of that dust blowing up with the rain on the storm in Nebraska. We'll just keep it on that traffic camera. This is our first tornado warning in a little while, and I think the furthest south tornado warnings have been for the afternoon today. But this is part of that storm system coming out of the Colorado border here and into Nebraska, or into Kansas. Sorry, we have other storms that are coming out of Colorado into Nebraska on the northern side. That's where our camera's from. This is a tornado warning here. Okay, yeah, there is a little area rotation. We're kind of far from the radar site, so the Weather Service may be warning this because we're seeing this at a pretty high level. It's kind of drifting northeast, the rotation. And good news is this tornadic thunderstorm will remain mostly over rural areas in east central Powers County. So, but if you are in east central Powers County in Colorado, please take your tornado safety precautions. This is also going to get a warning out for tornado possible. I would guess we're at two different Weather Service offices. Weather Service Dodge City and Weather Service Pueblo, yeah. So the Kansas and Colorado border here splits the Weather Service territory. One here is warning for tornado since it's in their territory. The one here is warning for a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag in case that area rotation slides into their area. The other part of this warning, though, is Gulf Ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, so it's a considerable threat. Severe thunderstorm. And yeah, we're pretty far from the radar site, so it's really hard to kind of see exactly what's going on in this storm. No CC showing up, but not surprised since we're so far from the radar site. This is drifting northeast, so eventually here you guys may have to take your tornado safety measures here. Syracuse and Medway, Kansas, right on the Kansas and Colorado border here along US 50. If you have interest out there, please just, you got a little bit of time. You don't have to run to your safe spot. Coolidge as well. But just be aware that you got a storm coming up here from your southwest that has a potential for tornadic development. Oklahoma City looks like you're going to be clear for a while. Oklahoma City this time of year hosts the NCAA Division I softball tournament. believe that is getting underway again after rain earlier today, rain and severe storms in Oklahoma. Those are pushing now east into southeast Oklahoma, and then still have a bunch of severe warnings around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There's two kind of clusters of storms. There's the leading edge one from Bonham down to about Irving. That includes Plano, Garland, McKinney, and then closing in on Greenville. And then the secondary area of storms is just sitting kind of behind there. Denton, Flower Mound. They're both severe warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. We've had some 1-inch hail reported around the Dallas-Fort Worth metro here on the north side. And then also flash flooding. These storms aren't moving particularly fast, and they're kind of training over each other. We've also had some showers and storms kind of back building, and these storm systems in clusters have kind of surged a little bit south. So they may get into the immediate Dallas-Fort Worth metro here. Just want to check on that little notch there by Irving. But also some stronger storms here west of Fort Worth. Those are ones to watch. And the whole area here, Dallas-Fort Worth, actually is now under a special weather statement for gusty winds in excess of 40 miles an hour. I think at least at the moment, the strongest part of these clusters of storms, probably around the Plano and McKinney area and then around Flower Mound. They're moving a little bit more east, so the strongest part of these storms should slide north of the immediate Dallas-Fort Worth metro. Still have this storm here around Goldway with ping pong ball sized hail. And then a couple storms here that have gone severe for quarter sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds around Leesville in western Louisiana, and then also north of Lake Charles. That one has actually had some verified, a former National Weather Service employee reported quarter sized hail just east of DeQuincy. So, and that storm is kind of just staying there, so a bit of a possibly a flood threat here if those storms aren't moving much. Yeah, they're not really moving much in this area. Checking in as well as those strong storms here near Donaldsonville in Georgia. Still not severe, but a lot of lightning showing up with that one storm. Ooh. Fort Stockton already has had golf ball to softball sized hail. And that's actually being reported just over the Fort Stockton area. These storms have also been kind of sitting in this area. But yeah, well, good news is one of these cells, the leading cell, has kind of faded. But it's that storm that moved up on the west edge here, right over Fort Stockton, with 1.5 to 4-inch sized hail. And we can see that still showing up on the radar. Yeah, still showing up over the radar here with this blue color and bright pink color. That's likely your larger hail. That's shifting north and east of Fort Stockton towards Baldridge. If you're up along Texas 1053, north of Fort Stockton, you're going to have to watch out for this storm. Definitely be away from windows in a lowest interior room if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning around the Fort Stockton area. And then tennis ball sized hail, considerable threat here south of Fort Stockton along 285 and 385. A little bit of broad rotation in those storms. This area around Fort Stockton down to Sanderson has had severe thunderstorms, I think, almost every day the last couple weeks. So this is, I guess if you do live out here, nothing new for this time of year here in the spring. But those are some pretty hefty storms here. Still watching those storms here move past our traffic cameras. a new warning for one of these cells that's southeast of Dallas here. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I have to watch that one. That one has a little bit of rotation on it. It has a little hook as well, so we will have to watch that one. Yeah, it's rotating a little bit right in here. So we'll keep an eye on that one. That's near Rice, Texas. M House over towards Karens and Trinidad, Texas. Just watch out for that cell. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then we have a new cell here that's gone up near Amarillo. Again, we're watching these cells in the tornado watch area. We've had a dry line kind of meandering northwestward. It's pushing now west of Amarillo. And then we're watching these cells that have gone up just west of the dry line. The one here near Guyman, Oklahoma, has crossed this dry line. The ones here in Amarillo are about to. So keeping an eye on these ones as they cross the dry line. That one is, they're both small cells, but they're both packing a bit of a punch at the moment. They could have some small hail in them. We do get some viewers from Puerto Rico every now and then, so I just want to check on you guys. There were actually severe thunderstorm warnings for southeast Puerto Rico earlier today. Don't see those anymore, so that's a good sign there. And we actually do have a tornado warning on right now. But yeah, right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings in Puerto Rico. Still have some ongoing flash flood threat. Looks like the strong storms have pushed offshore. All right, we'll kind of work our way, since we were in the Amarillo area looking at these storms crossing the dry line in our tornado watch. We'll kind of push back north and check on all these storms again. But have this area surging winds that's headed over towards Mantor and Johnson here in western Kansas. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds and Gulf fossilized hail. So this has been upgraded a bit. Yeah, we can see those surging winds here coming through. And then the northern end of this cluster is the one with the tornado warning. We saw that area rotation a little bit ago. And it's still in here. It's right in here, right on the Kansas and Oklahoma state line. So we'll see if the this is also the state line is where the weather services hand off. This is Pueblo and Colorado, and this is Kansas and Garden City, I think it was. We'll see if they continue this as a tornado warning. If they don't, because it's not very impressive, but we are far from the radar site, so you never know. If they don't continue it as a tornado warning, it does have a tornado possible tag. Also golf ball size hail. We are going to get a tornado warning here out of these storms. These are for the storms here near Hyannis and points north of Hyannis, Nebraska. This is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 17 miles north of Whitman or 30 miles northwest of Mullen, moving southeast at 20. Tornado and $half size hail are the primary threats. I think we mentioned Mullen earlier. Yeah, Mullen is still pretty far out of the warning right now, but that's the closest community here. Back up northwest of Mullen. So if you're northwest of Mullen or north of Hyannis, we have a new tornado warning for you guys. Yeah, you can see it kind of rotating in here. Let's take a look at it on the velocity scan. Starts to wrap up right in here when they issued the warning. kind of broad still, but it's still in here rotating. So this is along North Whitman Road. So there's your area rotation. Not seeing any CC drop with this yet, but there's also likely a lot of hail in here. You can see all these purple colors. Both of these cells here have a decent amount of hail in them. So that's a widespread threat here for at least half dollar size hail. And then the radar indicated tornado. Again, our camera right now is out of this area around Julesburg here, where 80 and 76 come together. We're starting to see the back edge of the storm now, as some of the rain is hitting our camera. But the strongest part of the storm is coming towards Venango and Grant, Nebraska. Yeah, there's likely some pretty strong winds in here. Pushing into western Nebraska here. Grant over to Elsie. This storm, wouldn't be surprised if this gets a severe thunderstorm warning here in the next few minutes. This one is one we watched a little bit ago, is upscaling pretty quick. We're starting to see more of those purple colors in the reflectivity. That is indicating some of the higher hailstorm returns here. This is north of I-70, north of Flagler and Siebert. And then still watching some strong storms around Devil's Lake, North Dakota. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's moving towards Edinburgh and Park River and Lakota. I've said it a couple times. Eventually, those storms are going to make it over towards the I-29 corridor between Grafton and Grand Forks. So heads up there later this evening. And then we had a couple tornadoes reported earlier. 2:30 in the afternoon, a land spout. And then a stovepipe tornado lasted for about 10 minutes near Woodworth. Nothing tornadic in central North Dakota right now, but I'm watching a cluster of storms here for some gusty winds, but also a flood threat as these are kind of training over each other around the Jamestown area down towards Napoleon. A newer severe thunderstorm here for quarter-size hail around Willow Lake and Bryant. That's in South Dakota. Yeah, that lead storm, I was looking at that around Jamestown, does have a little bit of rotation to it, but it's actually now being warned for some quarter-size hail with that hail core coming just over the Jamestown metro right now. That'll continue along I-94 here towards Eccleston. So that's one to watch. And then we're going to get some continued warnings down for this cluster storm that's crossing into Kansas here. Golf ball size hail, considerable threat, 60-mile-an-hour winds. North of that is golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds for considerable threat. That's pushing towards Johnson, Mantor, and Richfield. We've also had storms now crossing the boundary here. These are crossing that dry line boundary. And pretty much as soon as they cross this boundary here, we've seen them go severe. Looks like this one here is going severe just as it's crossing this dry line right over Amarillo. Mentioned that a little bit ago. There's a threat for that to upscale right over Amarillo, so that looks like it's happening. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Nothing rotating, it looks like, in that storm at the moment. That's near Sanford and Stinnett, Texas, up towards Sunray. The other one here is just on the northwest side of Amarillo along I-40 towards Bishop Hills, Pullman, and areas north of Amarillo along US 87. That is half dollar size hail already and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's just, again, on the northwest side of Amarillo. This is also where our dry line is. We're going to probably see another severe thunderstorm warning come out of this storm south of Canyon. You can see our dry line. It's actually bulging out through the Amarillo area. So this is a really good look at it here. Yeah, our dry line comes up here through Tulia and Canyon and kind of bulges to the northwest side of Amarillo. And these storms are just sitting along that right now. But wouldn't be surprised if this gets a severe thunderstorm warning. Likely for the same kind of situation for some small hail. Now this one does have a little bit of weak rotation in it already. So we will have to watch this one pretty closely. Checking in our storms here near Fort Stockton, still seeing some large hail returns showing up in this storm north and east of Fort Stockton. It's now gone north of I-10, so that's a good thing there. But if you're out here northeast of Fort Stockton towards Bald Ridge, that is a storm that has produced 4-inch, that's softball-sized hail here in the Fort Stockton metro. And then also watching strong storms with tennis ball-sized hail south of Fort Stockton between Fort Stockton and Sanderson, Texas. Also a flood threat. These storms aren't moving particularly fast. That storm on the southern end, they're both rotating a little bit, but kind of broadly. It looks like the rotation is a little bit higher here on the storm between Sanderson and Fort Stockton, so that's one to watch. This area has produced a few tornadic storms over the last month or so. We have severe thunderstorms all over right now. That storm that I was watching in the Donaldsonville Bainbridge area has also gone severe warn for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Maybe some small hail in that. And then also watching a strong storm here with 1-inch hail, quarter sized hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds around DeQuincy. The storm also isn't moving very much, so maybe a flood threat here north of Lake Charles, Louisiana. We've quickly gone up here. Again, it's kind of what I was expecting. Late afternoon, early evening in June, with a little bit of disturbances in the high plains and some kind of general thunderstorms along the Gulf Coast. Heating of the day, late afternoon, early evening, and these storms have quickly gone severe. We now have 24 severe thunderstorm warnings and also 1 tornado warning. Maybe have 25. I think we just heard a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. So again, with such a widespread severe weather event here, not necessarily an organized, single kind of storm cluster, we're going to be bouncing around a little bit. Those storms that were north of Dallas, they have sagged into Dallas, especially with the interactions they've had. There's been storms moving north that have been interacting with this boundary here, and they are now severe over Dallas with 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, although from what I've seen, and most of the hail has stayed north of Dallas. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some new warnings. Right now they're non-severe near Greenville, but this seems to be surging out towards Greenville and Sulphur Spring. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get new warnings out of there. And then there's a storm that was pretty strong southwest of Fort Worth. That one has produced 1-inch hail near Aledo, Texas. So this area here, right over Fort Worth, is warned here for the 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. A little bit of rotation back in here too near Lakeshore Estates. We'll have to watch that one on the very end there, interacting with that cluster of storms. This one was also a pretty strong storm near Cairns and Rice, Texas. Also has some rotation in it. It's kind of weak right now, but there is a little bit in here, and it has a little bit of a notch feature. So this storm is one to watch in the areas here southeast of Dallas. It also may have some larger hail in it. We're starting to see those pink and blue returns here in the reflectivity. So I wouldn't be surprised if this even gets upgraded. It could have a little larger than tennis ball size, or larger than ping pong ball size. And that's lifting kind of northeast, so Gun Barrel City, up towards Kemp and Tool. You guys are, that storm is one to watch. Another storm in kind of the hill country of Texas near Gold Plate, just getting rewarned for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, not a fun evening here as we're approaching 6 o'clock in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. The storm I mentioned earlier that was probably going to go severe warn south of Amarillo has. That one has quickly upscaled, and it's now producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're also seeing those reflectivity with the pinks and purple and blue colors. Now to 2 tornado warnings. We're going to check in on our first tornado warning. Was this area around Mullen? Still north of Mullen here. It's rotating. Not seeing anything on the CC, but at least you can also see that surge of wind that's headed down south and east, eventually towards the Mullen and Seneca, Nebraska areas. I also want to check in. This storm was tornado warned a little bit ago. It does not look as impressive as it did earlier. $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds here in Kansas. This one was considerable threat, though, for 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's pushing through Johnson and Mantor, Kansas right now. So we've had some storms quickly fire up here within the last little bit that we've been covering this. So within the last half hour, a new severe thunderstorm for $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's moving up towards Ree Heights and Miller in central South Dakota. And then this area here near Willow Lake and Bryant has had a radar indicated tornado warning. Located north of Yale, South Dakota, or 18 miles northeast of Huron, South Dakota, moving east at 20. Let's see who is in this path. Okay, this is another one. Good news, mainly over rural areas of Beadle County. So if you're in northeastern Beadle County, looks like a few areas here. Carpenter and Shamrock Hutterite Colony. You guys are under a tornado warning. Yeah, there is some rotation in here. It doesn't look particularly organized at the moment, but still, if you're in this area here, along areas southeast of Bloomfield towards the Shamrock Hutterite Colony, Carpenter, and point south there in Beadle County between Carpenter and Yale, South Dakota, please be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level interior room, away from doors and windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That area that started to rotate in the Jamestown area, still looking like it's in here. It does have a tornado possible tag now on it. They also just issued a flash flood warning for observed flash flooding right over Jamestown. I mentioned that earlier. Since we started the stream, there's been storms that have just been sitting kind of in this area here in central North Dakota. So I think the flash flood threat along I-94 here between, well, east of Bismarck, but basically between Bismarck and Jamestown, is probably going to increase over the evening. These storms haven't moved a ton from this general box that I just drew, and we're already seeing that now here with a heavier thunderstorm around Jamestown. Yeah, there is some rotation in here around Homer, just south of I-94. This area in central North Dakota has actually had a couple tornadoes today. There was a stovepipe near Woodworth, and then a land spout down here north of Weisick. And then still ongoing those storms near Edmore, Lawton, Adams, and Fairdale, eventually approaching the I-29 corridor. So we are up now to 22 severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 tornado warnings. Also 8 flash flood warnings. So a pretty active afternoon here. So we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah. Basically an extension of the watch that was in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So this covers areas in basically kind of northeast Texas, between Killeen, Waco, Marlin, Rockdale, down in this area here, Palestine, over towards Gun Barrel City, is right in this area. So it's kind of an extension based on in this area here until 12 a.m. Central Time. We also got a watch just on the other side. So I was saying it's 2 different watches, but there's a watch also from till 12 a.m. Central for this area here, Shreveport, Tyler, Northeast Texas, basically the Texarkana Metro, and Shreveport and Tyler, Texas. That also goes to 12. So not the same watch, but technically kind of the same watch. Basically covering areas out ahead of this cluster of storms that's been ongoing, and then also there's some scattered storms that have been severe. Scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter, scattered wind gusts up to 70, and frequent lightning is what they're highlighting. Okay, switch back to our single site radars. We have some storms that have now gone severe south of Minneapolis. $half size hail. And maybe about 40-mile-an-hour winds. So interesting. They have a larger special weather statement for the winds, and then they're warning within that special weather statement. They're warning the area here for the hail. So this is along I-35, Shieldsville, Dundas, and Northfield, Minnesota. That is a pretty heavy thunderstorm there in Minnesota. Still watching our area of rotation here. This is in Beadle County. Luckily, it's pretty much avoiding any of the populated areas here. There's a couple small communities north, mostly, of that circulation. If that continues, though, it could be eventually over towards Willow Lake. This is Willow Lake, South Dakota. And then also watching the tornado possible severe thunderstorm here around Jamestown, North Dakota. That one is rotation just sitting south of I-94. There's a flash flood threat right around the Jamestown metro, and then also the large hail. That'll be approaching Bloom and Spiritwood. Checking in on our other tornado warning. This one has had some broad rotation in it. It appears to be gusting out. We're seeing that big surge. So we'll see how they continue that one. Okay, that area of circulation that I mentioned in the storm south of Fort Stockton, that has continued to pick up. It's right over the Cap Rock Butte, and definitely seeing some stronger rotation in this storm. This storm is essentially doing the Fort Stockton things. This has been almost a daily occurrence down in this region of the country here. Fort Stockton down to Sanderson along the Mexican border has had large hail and potential for tornadoes, with a couple actually photogenic tornadoes here in late May. Luckily not affecting much population. This one has baseball-sized hail. And let's see. And luckily, yes, mainly over rural areas of south central Pecos County. So right now, this is just probably a very photogenic, well-structured storm that is not bothering anyone except for some Gila monsters. So that's some good news. It's always good to see tornadoes that aren't affecting anyone. Back up to the Texas Panhandle, where we have our tornado watch. No tornado warnings within this watch so far, but it is getting busy here. We have, again, a surging outflow, or not outflow boundary, a surging dry line that's moving northwest. And storms have now crossed that boundary here and gone severe. Ping pong ball-sized hail near Steinett, Texas. And then right over Amarillo, ping pong ball-sized hail near Bishop Hills, just on the northwest side of Amarillo, Walnut Hills, Bishop Hills, Pleasant Valley, up towards Gluck. We now have severe warnings here for half-dollar size hail south side of Amarillo. That's coming up over towards Lake Tanglewood and possibly even downtown Amarillo. And then also storms south of Canyon with ping pong ball-sized hail down along I-27 towards Happy. So right now, nothing tornadic at the moment, but some large hail, ping pong ball size in this I-27 corridor in the Amarillo metro. So let's see. So the Weather Service is going to upgrade this whole area around the tornado warning. I like what they're doing here. Tornado possible tag, baseball size hail, destructive threat here for this storm that's south of Fort Stockton. You can see there's quite a bit of, again, we're very far from the radar site, so it's hard to tell what's going on in here. It is, there may be a tornado on the ground. It's hard to tell. Again, we're far from the radar site, but it looks like our biggest hail signature is up here, and our rotation is there, and our deepest CC drop is in here. So there could be a tornado on the ground. Wouldn't be shocked if there isn't, or wouldn't be shocked if there is. But either way, whether there is or not, this is some very large hail up in here. So we're seeing that again, baseball-sized hail. The warning here extends out. This is slowly sinking towards Sanderson at about 10 miles an hour. So Sanderson, keep an eye on this to your northwest. Areas around Amarillo are going to get an extension here for the ping pong ball sized hail. Not seeing a lot of rotation in these storms yet here in this tornado warned area, or the tornado watch area, but we're keeping an eye on those. So that storm in Beadle County is going to get an extension. Again, called you guys out earlier, Willow Lake. Now it's time to get to that tornado safe space. Willow Lake, South Dakota. Still a radar indicated storm. This is near Carpenter, or 18 miles west of Bryant, moving northeast at 25. Radar indicated rotation. Kind of a broad area of circulation at the moment, but could tighten up. But yeah, we are seeing that area here. It's actually right in there. Maybe another one here too. There's a couple areas of circulation, but it's very broad. It's more of a shear line at the moment. We can see the reds, and you can see the reds here, and then the brighter greens here, and that circulation kind of in there like that. So it's a bit broad right now, but still good to be in your tornado safe space here if you're headed up towards Willow Lake, between Carpenter and Willow Lake. A few more populated areas here: Mayfield, Hutterite Colony, Carpenter, Willow Lake, Melham, and maybe eventually over towards Bryant and Vienna and Naples. At the very least, there's some strong winds in this storm, and large hail is a threat here as well. So, tornado warning, also large hail. And on that storm around the Jamestown and I-94 area here. Still some rotation showing up. It doesn't look as strong as it was a little bit ago. That's a good sign, but still a severe thunderstorm warning. Spiritwood over to Ypsilanti in North Dakota. Eccleston, Sanborn, and Valley City is now in a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm. Interesting that it's being warned for less than 1 inch hail. Grand Forks. We'll see if it gets an upgrade. It's interesting here. There's a split right here between the Weather Service offices. So to the right, it's the National Weather Service office out of Grand Forks, and to the left, it's out of Bismarck. Bismarck is warning a destructive thunderstorm with a tornado possible, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind. Right now, Grand Forks is warning kind of a marginal severe thunderstorm. I guess technically that's right. There's just kind of a marginal severe thunderstorm in that warning area. But if this continues, they'll have a more substantial severe thunderstorm. So It's interesting they're not warning it out ahead uh, as a considerable threat. Again, I'm not criticizing, just kind of just detail it. Okay. So now they did. It's been upgraded. Tornado possible and half dollar size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind. So I feel a little better now with that upgrade. That could have been a glitch just in the warning system. It could have been either that or it just got upgraded. But either way, yeah, you have a pretty considerable threat here coming down I-94, Eccleston, Sandborg, and Valley City. A really cool look here on this camera here as we're getting towards the back edge of the thunderstorm complex here in Nebraska. Let's go take a look and see what it's looking like here. So this is a line of storms now organized into a pretty considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning, eventually coming over towards North Platte. But our camera was right here at I-80. We saw the storm kind of move in. The strongest part of the storm went just south of this camera with some 60-plus-mile-an-hour winds, 62 to even 72-mile-an-hour winds. We saw some of that blowing dust. And then also Ovid, Colorado had 1-inch hail. That is all pushing out east of this camera. But yeah, we're seeing a really photogenic kind of setting sun on the back edge of the storm. Yeah, there's another look at kind of the sunset and some wet roads. Let me see if I can get a new camera up that would show us a little better of what that looks like. All right, check this camera out. This is a rain and hail core from Medina, North Dakota. Okay, yeah, so it's this camera here, and we're seeing a pretty distinct line here between the heavier thunderstorms just off to the left of that camera. Wow, that is a look. Let me see if I can get ahead of this. Mm, trying to see if we got a good camera out ahead of this. Fortunately, not great. Let me check. Fortunately, we have a lot of states with some severe weather, so we can pull up a different camera. New severe thunderstorm warning for this storm here in the Jamestown, North Dakota metro, Ypsilanti, Sydney, for ping pong ball sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Let's check back here. We have a couple new warnings. One in Minnesota, half-dollar size hail, areas around Dawson and Madison, Minnesota. And then back here around Willow Lake, still watching that area of rotation in here, just southwest of Willow Lake. Our other tornado warning in Nebraska has been allowed to expire. I mentioned earlier was kind of gusting out. I do want to look at our other radar indicated tornado right over the Cap Rock Butte. And still some interesting stuff going on with that storm as it's eventually sliding down towards Sanderson, Texas. Radar indicated and also baseball-sized hail. Seeing here if we have a different camera that will show us some of those storms in the Texas Panhandle. All right, well we'll go with this camera right now. little issue with the camera there. So this is looking right at Liberal, Kansas here along US 54. Liberal is right along the Kansas and Oklahoma border. So we're looking down towards these storms that were near Guyman, but we can at least get some of the general environment out of this. And this is, I like it because it's a live camera here. Looks like a train going on the far edge of the screen here, but this is a live camera at US 54 looking southwest towards those storms in Texas. So I do like that this is a live camera. So a couple new warnings. We have more severe thunderstorm warnings here out of Rochester, near Rochester, Minnesota. I guess kind of far from there. Faribault, Minnesota, Cannon City, and Nerstrand, with some small hail, $half size, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Same for the other storm that's in western Minnesota near Dawson and Madison. Still have some ongoing tornado warnings here around Willow Lake. This has been kind of a messy storm with some broad areas of rotation. They're going to warn a new area near Bancroft. And see how that progresses here. Yeah, there's kind of an area here and maybe still a little bit there. It's been very disorganized areas of rotation. And so far I haven't seen any tornado reports out of that area, but still, if you're in this area, Bancroft, over towards areas west of Irwin in South Dakota, please be in your tornado safe spaces. And then areas around Willow Lake, please be in your tornado safe space. Right now, no tornado warnings in Nebraska. We were watching this area that was tornado warned earlier. May have produced a tornado a while ago. No, it was the other storm I was thinking about. The one that was north of there. But it's pretty much surged out. Still maybe a little bit of rotation on the northern part of that surge. But either way, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Mullen, we've talked about you for probably a good hour or so. Finally, you have this severe thunderstorm Mullen over towards Seneca, approaching Nebraska Route 2. And then North Platte, you guys have a line of destructive severe thunderstorms with potential for 70-mile-an-hour wind along I-80. That's right now near Paxton, down to Elise and Imperial, Nebraska. We have our storm complex that's in western Kansas near Richfield, Mantor, and Johnson. It's weakened a little bit, though, on the northern end up towards Syracuse and Heartland. And then we're watching quite a bit of severe thunderstorms now in the Texas Panhandle. None are tornado warned at the moment. That one does have some broad rotation here near Steinet, but it's being warned right now for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind. I believe that's kind of the MO for most of these storms. So over Amarillo right now, $half sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, ping pong ball size north of Amarillo. And then south of Amarillo, quarter-sized hail. Wouldn't be surprised if that has a little bit more than quarters, though. Right now, not a fun evening in Amarillo. Good news is the storms north of Fort Stockton have dissipated. The storm to the south, though, now approaching Sanderson. Still being tornado warned for that area rotation. And also large hail in here. Baseball-sized hail. 60-mile-an-hour winds and a potential for a tornado. That's drifting southeast towards Sanderson at about 10 miles an hour. Still watching this storm. Let's see what it looks like. It had some rotation earlier. It's a bit broad now. near Cairns and Trinidad up towards Gun Barrel City. Good news is Dallas-Fort Worth, no more severe thunderstorm warnings, but this is all flash flood warnings for training thunderstorms over the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. Watching that area near Terrell, that has maybe some larger hail in it north of I-20. That'd come over towards Mineola, and also some surging winds up here towards Sulphur Springs. Again, right now the storms in Dallas are non-severe, but there is a flash flood warning across the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. And then some more good news is no more severe thunderstorms right now in Louisiana. I did mention that earlier, that there was probably a flood threat around DeQuincy, and that looks like it's been issued here, a flash flood warning for those storms that are just still kind of drifting over the DeQuincy area. Those storms in southwest Georgia have also been on the downtrend. So still have 24 severe thunderstorm warnings. I guess in general, the last little bit here, the thunderstorm warnings have picked up in the Dakotas and into Minnesota. We've had an increase in warnings there. And we've had a little bit of a decrease in warnings in Texas and the Gulf Coast, which should be expected, especially along the Gulf Coast here from southwest Georgia, the Florida Panhandle, over towards southwest Louisiana. This area is basically daytime heating, general thunderstorms. Some came off kind of the sea breezes along the Gulf Coast. As the evening wears on here, the instability kind of decreases for these storms. They're really kind of playing off that daytime heating. So we should see that continue to downtrend, especially those storms in western Georgia and in central Alabama at the moment along the I-20 corridor. And it looks like we're seeing that already here in Louisiana. So some good news there. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning, though. This is for that surge of wind that I mentioned just a few minutes ago. Sulphur Springs and points north along the Red River. Also includes southeast Oklahoma, Wright City, Broken Bow, Idabel, and Hayworth, Oklahoma, and then Clarksville, Bogota, and DeKalb in Texas here, right along the Red River. Also then that area that I mentioned earlier with the hail potential just north of I-20 is also getting a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Emory, Wills Point, Edgewood, Fruitvale, and Grand Saline here in Texas, east of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. So a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings there. Let's check in on our tornado warnings. We have the tornado warning here near Sanderson. Still rotating pretty good in here. Maybe actually 2 areas of rotation. So still tornado possible here in southwest Texas. Good news is it looks like the hail core has come down a little bit. Not seeing those bright pinks and blue colors. But we'll watch that one definitely for a tornado threat. And then our camera here right around the Liberal, Kansas, and Oklahoma border, watching those storms. It's looking southwest, so it's watching those storms in the Texas Panhandle, essentially. There is a little bit of storm still near Guyman, but those are not severe at the moment. This is probably, I think, the strongest storm north of Sanford, Texas, near Steinett. You can also see those do have those pinks and blue colors in here. That's indicating lime-sized hail. So a considerable threat for 60-mile-an-hour winds and lime-sized hail. Watching that one for a little area rotation too. And then these storms over the Amarillo metro seem to be upscaling. They're being warned for half dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're pretty close to the radar site, so we may not get a full picture of the storm, but already some pretty deep returns in there, indicating some larger hail. And then also some large hail here. Quarter size and 60-mile-an-hour winds on that storm to the south. These storms here in western Kansas do seem to be on the downtrend. Still some strong to severe storms here in western Kansas. The hail seems to come down quite a bit, and also the wind threat. These were originally being warned for, I think, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind and some larger hail, but still some strong storms. Syracuse down to areas here around Richfield in western Kansas. We'll keep an eye on you guys. Some strong storms still near Stratton and Burlington in Colorado. That one may be upscaling, probably needs a warning soon. Near Stratton, Colorado. And then also watching this area here that's kind of started as a cluster of cells, but it's now really organized into a pretty good line segment, working its way across southern Nebraska, approaching North Platte. And this is all being warned for half-dollar size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. So considerable threat here coming along the I-80 corridor in Nebraska. Strong storms, quarter-size hail near Mullen and Seneca. Really watching the wind threat here. This wind is kind of coming pretty close to the radar site, so we're going to get a good picture of this. But I'm seeing readings here in the low 70s to even 82 miles an hour. There's still a little bit of area rotation in here too on the northern side of this, but it's being warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind. I wouldn't be surprised if we get even a little bit higher winds out of this storm. Especially since we're getting a good picture of it surging out here towards the radar site. Could be closer to 70-mile-an-hour winds. All right, and then watching a couple tornado warnings here in South Dakota. This storm here near Frederick and Westport has an area rotation in it now. Yeah, we can see how quickly that develops here. It's more of a wind surge, but there's at times here it tightened up a couple times. Let's see what it looked like. Yeah, it wasn't much here, but it's kind of developed. It looks like it's bumped around some outflow boundaries. We can see some of these outflow boundaries in here, and yeah, it's kind of interacted with some of those outflow boundaries. We can see that here along Westport. We saw that the other day around Midland, Texas here with the storm that latched onto an outflow boundary. So we're seeing a little bit of that again. There's the outflow boundary like that. So tornado warning radar indicated, and also baseball-sized hail with the storm near Barnard and possibly over towards Holton in South Dakota. And then a new tornado warning here. This area around Willow Lake and Bryant still has areas of rotation in it. It's kind of a disorganized broad area rotation. There's maybe a couple points of rotation in there. But I think I did mention Bryant and Vienna earlier. So now it's your guys' turn for those tornado safety precautions. Yeah, still kind of a disorganized cluster of severe thunderstorms. And then watching those storms here, Jamestown, and especially points south and east of Jamestown, that's a pretty good area of circulation right there near Ypsilanti. But watching that area there, tornado possible. And that is lifting up towards Sanborn, Eccleston, and Valley City in North Dakota. Our furthest north severe thunderstorm warning has been pretty consistent. It's still, we saw it, I think, when the stream started around Devil's Lake, and it's now pushed its way towards Grafton, Park River, and Edinburgh in North Dakota. Again, this eventually will be here along the I-29 corridor around Grafton and Drayton, North Dakota, north of Grand Forks. Checking in also storms here around Kenyon, Minnesota. Starting to get a little suspicious area of circulation actually in this. Watch this one here. It's kind of starting to hook up a little bit. We'll have to watch that one. But either way, this is a half-dollar size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming towards Goodhue, Bell Creek, and Wanamingo. That's in southeast Minnesota. We want to reset the radar here. Taking a look at the view from Kansas. Still watching those storms in the Texas Panhandle and Oklahoma Panhandle. All right, let me reset this real quick. I'm going to just take a quick break, but I'm going to stay on the stream here. Okay, back. Uh, Everything's good. Still 4 tornado warnings. All radar indicated right now. Kingsbury, South Dakota, Brown, South Dakota, Terrell and Pecos, Texas, and Clark, South Dakota, and Hamlin, South Dakota. I'll take the Texas one first. That's our area that's in Pecos County here. Now, extended here a large severe thunderstorm warning that includes Sanderson, Texas. That is also for line-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. I mentioned that a few minutes ago. It looked like the tornado, or it looked like the hail signature came down a bit in that storm, and it looks like it has. So that's one good sign here for Sanderson, Texas. Still, we're far from the radar site, but we're seeing a pretty strong but broad area of circulation. And that's in here northwest of Sanderson, Texas. So if you're out here along US 90 in the Sanderson, Texas area, it's time to start to hunker down here. Emerson, Longfellow, and Sanderson. You guys are in a pretty destructive severe thunderstorm. This is nothing new down here. Just the other night, we followed a tornadic supercell down in this very same area. So nothing new for the folks down here in Sanderson, Texas, but just get ready here into the hunker down and safe place here. Storm is moving pretty slowly. It's moving, I think, at about 10 miles an hour last we checked. It's moving a little faster now, 25 miles an hour. So a little less time, but I guess the one good news is that means it will leave a little quicker. Still watching the Amarillo area here. Big storms just now on the east side of Amarillo. The ones to the south don't look as strong. That's a good sign. But the one just over Amarillo and points east is looking pretty impressive at the moment. We'll get a better picture of that when it leaves the radar site. The other storm that's looking pretty impressive is the storm near Steinert, Texas. That has had a little rotation on it, but nothing tornadic at the moment. But that's being warned for baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Still storm here with 60-mile-an-hour winds possible near Johnson and Mantor. The storms here in western Kansas do seem to be downtrending actually pretty significantly. So good sign there in western Kansas for the moment. We're seeing a big area of storms here that's severe warned. Basically from Burlington, Colorado, all the way up through North Platte, Nebraska. There's a couple stronger cells here along I-70, but then the big threat here is 80-mile-an-hour wind and some small hail, but mostly 80-mile-an-hour wind is the threat coming towards Hayes Center, Maywood, Hamlet, and Palisade. That's in southwest Nebraska. Also, North Platte is under a severe thunderstorm warning for considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. We have a really pretty potent line of storms here with those strong winds pushing along the I-80 corridor. And then back into South Dakota is where we have our other tornado warnings. Oh, and we're just getting a new tornado warning. Let me quickly cover the ones in South Dakota first, and then we'll take a look at our new tornado warning here in Minnesota. This storm is looking impressive on the reflectivity. Not as impressive on the velocity scan, but there's a bit of a, looks like some contamination here. So we may not see this storm perfectly. Yeah, it's hard to say exactly what's going on there, but that is a particularly strong looking cell that's popped up and latched onto a bit of an outflow boundary that you can see over Westport. Still radar indicated tornado. It's also getting a larger severe thunderstorm warning for a tornado possible out ahead of it. Lime-sized hail and damaging wind threat that's coming through Houghton down towards Columbia, Houghton, and Claremont in South Dakota. If you're out ahead of this, especially on the southern side of this severe thunderstorm warning, Claremont, Columbia, and points just north of there, I'd watch out for an extended tornado warning eventually. That cell is an impressive looking supercell. very well structured. It's getting its rotation here. We can see that outflow boundary connection, like similar to how we did in Midland, Texas the other day. And then here's your warm inflow wrapping in like this, a pretty tight little hook. Nothing showing up on the CC, and not a ton of strong rotation, but there is a little bit of contamination in here, so we may not see this exactly perfectly. Our other storm that's been tornado warned near the Willow Lake and Bryant area, kind of a messy area, a bit of a shear line with a couple areas of rotation in it. Nothing has really gotten itself organized here as far as like one specific area rotation. These have been here for a while though, so it's yeah, they're still kind of sitting in this general area over Willow Lake and Bryant. So if you're in this area, please stay in your safe space. Let those storms pass. It's interesting. I think we've had the most tornado warnings today in the areas here that have had the severe thunderstorm watch, but that does happen. Sometimes you just get those environments that are locally favorable, and severe thunderstorms can and do produce tornadoes at short notice. Still watching that area rotation here, southwest or southeast of Ypsilanti in North Dakota. This is Jamestown. That's under the flood warning right now. But this is a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag. Areas around Litchfield or Litchville, Valley City, Sanborn, Ypsilanti. See if we zoom in and get some other communities. Catherine and Montpelier. This storm has tried. It just hasn't fully tightened up. It may be trying again, so we'll have to see if it tightens up for a longer extended period of time. It may need a tornado warning. And if it does, it's sliding a little bit south and east, so that may come more like this area, Fort Ransom, Nome. If it needed a tornado warning, it'd probably be somewhere like this. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. Good news is the strongest part of that storm is sliding now south of I-94. Yeah, they're going to extend out the tornado warning like I mentioned earlier. Still just radar indicated, but this is going to cover areas around Holton, down towards Columbia in South Dakota. It's impressive looking on the reflectivity, but not as much on the velocity. So still just radar indicated there. And then there was that area of circulation in southeast Minnesota that I mentioned earlier. That area has tightened a little bit. It kind of tightened for a scan or two, and then it's broadened back out a little bit, but still worth a tornado warning probably. This is for Bombay, Wanamingo, Roscoe Center, Zambrata, Pine Island, and Mazapa here in southeast Minnesota along US 52. So please take your tornado safety precautions lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Please keep as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement or a storm shelter, that's even better if you can get into an area that's below the ground level. A basement, if you have a split level, you can get down into the back area of the split level home, something like that. On the lowest level is much better. That is for southeastern Goodhue County in southeastern Minnesota. So yeah, right now our cluster of tornado warnings are here in the Dakotas and then in Minnesota. Just taking a check on things. We're up to 32 severe thunderstorm warnings, 5 tornado warnings. I think this is the peak right now here of, at least since we've been on the stream, of the number of warnings. This area is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, but it's being replaced with a considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds and ping pong ball size hail. This storm does not look as impressive as it did just a little bit ago. You can see a lot more of those purples and pink and even blue colors. And those have downtrended pretty significantly in the last little bit. The storm is not moving particularly fast. So it's still in this area around Steinett, Texas, Sanford, Borger, and Skellytown. Getting a little better look at this storm here as it's still over the radar site in the Amarillo metro. But up towards Panhandle, White Deer, you guys have a 60-mile-an-hour wind and $0.5 size hail. Severe thunderstorm warning. Same, actually this one's been upgraded to golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's south of Amarillo. We'll head back to our storm here in Pecos County, Texas. Still rotating pretty good, at least from what we can see on the upper levels. We're far from a radar site here. Likely still a hail core in here. And we can see that showing up on the reflectivity too. This is drifting towards Sanderson, Texas. So if you're in Sanderson, Texas, along US 90 and on US 285, Emerson, Longfellow, Sanderson, and Mofetta, please be inside, away from the outside walls, away from skylights on your lowest level. A couple of severe thunderstorms southwest of the Fort Worth metro for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds in both of those storms. Taking a peek at those. Actually, the good news is it looks like they're going to allow the severe thunderstorm watch along the Red River here north of Dallas to expire. So that's good. And then still some big storms coming in here with some pretty good wind. Mineola, Gilmer, Whitman, and Winnsboro, Texas. And then also stretching along the Red River here. DeKalb up to Idabel and Broken Bow, Oklahoma. In southeast Oklahoma. It's a pretty good cluster of storms here. That's going to approach the Texarkana metro. So we'll get a view of that as it gets towards Texarkana. Okay, I may try and change the camera and see if we get Arkansas. See if I can get Arkansas pulled up here. let's check in on these cameras and see what we have here. All right, we'll take this one. I'm just gonna have to adjust it a little bit, blow it up for you guys. All right, let's see here. All right, that's pretty good. We'll get that kind of squared up in here. And I can even crop it even just a little bit more for you guys. So bring it in a little bit. All right, that looks good. That is right at the Texas and Arkansas state line here in Texarkana along I-30. So we're looking back towards those storms that will be approaching us here. A big line of severe thunderstorms with 60-mile-an-hour winds approaching Texarkana. So we'll keep an eye on this camera here from Arkansas, looking right here at the Texas border. All right, that's pretty good there. Checking in on our tornado warnings. Got an extension of the tornado warnings here in Texas. This is for that area here near Sanderson. So we're now getting into the immediate areas around Sanderson, Texas, along US 285 and US 90. Please be in your tornado safe space here. Also baseball-sized hail. Tornado and baseball-sized hail. And yeah, that'll be near Sanderson about now. There is another area of circulation developing, it looks like, on the other storm that's in this cluster of storms now. So I wouldn't be surprised if this one gets a tornado warning as well. This would be for areas here along US 90, Panther Peak. I don't think there's much out here between Sanderson and Marathon. But yeah, that area, it looks like it has picked up in its rotation. Yeah, you can see how that cell has developed pretty quickly and is also rotating. So still some pretty active storms in the Fort Stockton area down to Sanderson, Texas. Amarillo area still has some strong storms around you guys. To the south, golf ball sized hail, considerable threat. And then $half sized hail just to the east of Amarillo now. Getting a little clearer picture of this storm. It's still really close to the radar site. This storm here seems to have re-strengthened just a bit. I guess it's kind of I guess it's kind of re-strengthened. So still a severe thunderstorm warning. You can see how it was pretty strong, pretty much kind of pulsed down. It was definitely on the downtrend, and it's re-pulsed up. So that storm's still just kind of sitting in this area here around Sanford, Borger, and Steinett, Texas, with some large hail and gusty winds. Still gusty winds approaching Garden City, but non-severe storms. Still a severe storm here. We'll see if that gets continued. Expires in 4 minutes for 1-inch hail. Seeing a very large area of severe storms here from North Platte, Nebraska, all the way down to the areas here just north and west of Goodland, Kansas. The areas here in Nebraska are being warned for considerable destructive threat, actually. 80-mile-an-hour winds near Hayes Center, Maywood, and Curtis. North Platte, you're under severe warning for considerable threat with 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through there. And then further up, this is kind of combining into one cluster of storms. Yeah, it was kind of a separate cluster, but this area here coming through Seneca, Mullen, and now Thedford with some pretty strong winds. We're seeing right near the radar site here. Wouldn't be surprised if we also have 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds up in this part of the storm. So pretty good line of severe thunderstorms here now in west central Nebraska, and that includes the I-80 corridor. We have a number of tornado warnings ongoing here on the northern end of all of our severe weather. Still have a tornado warning here for the Wanamingo area, Pine Island in Minnesota. That storm has not tightened back up, so that's a good sign there. We still also have ongoing tornado warning for this area around Willow Lake and Bryant. Still seeing a couple areas of rotation. It's the one south of Bryant is the stronger of the two right now. But this area has generally had a disorganized cluster of circulation. The one that's a bit more organized but hasn't been as impressive on the velocity scan. It's not showing up well in velocity, but it looks really impressive on the reflectivity. That storm is still tornado warning, especially a few scans ago. It was very impressive looking. But even back then, not so on the velocity. So that storm is still tornado warned here north of Columbia, South Dakota. Also baseball-sized hail. And then we're getting also tornado warning for the storm here near Litchville and Marion. This also includes Fort Ransom. This is an interesting area. It's had rotation for a while now. It's been kind of broad as it's south of Jamestown, North Dakota here. It's sliding a little more south as of the last scan. Let's take a look at the, yeah. So, still in here. It's actually picked up its rotation a little bit in the last. It's still kind of a broad area rotation near Marion. And not seeing that in the CC. But this is a pretty strong area here near Marion. It's going to continue sliding south-southeast towards Fort Ransom. The interesting thing here is we're on the edge of two National Weather Service offices, and they've kind of warned these storms very differently at times. But we're seeing that once again. When it was up near Jamestown, we saw a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm for large hail and 70-plus-mile-an-hour winds on the one side. And then we actually saw just a general severe thunderstorm warning on the other. They upgraded it eventually, so it kind of matched. But It's still been not quite matching here between the two National Weather Service offices, which does happen from time to time. Looks like we're seeing that again, but now we're seeing the opposite. We're seeing the Grand Forks. This is Grand Forks Weather Service here on this side. They're warning a tornado warning for this area of circulation in their county. And then we're seeing this is Bismarck. And they're warning, it looks like just a tornado possible tag for ping pong ball sized hail, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. They got that all correct as far as the hail size and the winds, but it's just how the two offices are warning the circulation a little differently. And the circulation right now is kind of split over the two warnings here. If anything, actually a little bit tighter on the areas that's actually unwarned at the moment. But you can also see it kind of in the reflectivity. There's a bit of a donut hole in the purples. This is in the rain and hail, so this is a nasty storm. You're not going to be able to see this one. This is, if the tornado develops in this storm, it's not going to be a photogenic tornado. You're not going to see it far out ahead. So please be in your safe space, and I would be if I lived in a county like this that split the difference here. If it was all one National Weather Service office, they'd probably warn, you know, a polygon like that. So if I was up in this area here, say like right here, I would treat it like it's a tornado warning if the counties around me were, you know, if you live right here, you know, don't be like, oh, I'm not in a tornado warning. You know, when literally like the next door neighbor is, and the next door neighbor on the other side is. So, yeah, if you're in this area here, around Marion down to Fort Ransom, I would treat this as one tornado warning. So right now, 23 severe thunderstorm warnings, 4 tornado warnings. The one now in Texas is observed. Oh, this is a new severe tornado warning. This is for that storm that's been trying here near Sanford and Fritch. Yes, there it is right there. There is over Lake Meredith near Sanford, Texas. This is wrapped up pretty quickly in the last couple scans. Yeah, it's been trying a little bit here. But there's your tornado. Right here. Should be able to see, there's your CC drop right there too. So this is a little bit different situation than the storms in North Dakota. This one is probably visible, especially from the south side. Yeah, this wrapped up pretty quickly. Got its little hook on it. If you're in this area from Fritch to Sanford, Texas, south of Steinett, Texas, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. And I can check here. Let me see on the let me see on Twitter here if we have any pictures of the we're seeing those skies get a little darker here in this is Arcla here in Texarkana. Watching those storms approach the Texarkana metro. Let's see. Not seeing a photo of it yet, but it has been confirmed. So just posted a storm chaser photo out of the storms in North Dakota. They're looking well structured, let's just say. That's actually out of South Dakota. Either way, this is a strong signature here. At least it was a minute ago. This may be lifting back up, but this storm is not moving very fast. Yeah, you can see here it tightened up pretty quickly within a scan or two. It's now broadened back out. Still seeing some CC drops in here, although this is also tight up to the hail core. So there's a potential there that that's hail contamination as well. Speaking of hail, still hail threat here east of Amarillo. And then our storm here in southeast Minnesota, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Yeah, that's not rotating anymore. It did for a little bit, and it was good they posted a warning there, but I don't think there was anything imminently tornadic there. This is still a broad area of circulation here, maybe even two areas of circulation between Litchfield and Marion, eventually coming down towards Fort Ransom in North Dakota. Also watching this storm, it has a really nice structure on it. It does look weaker than it has been in the past, so that's a good sign that that's downtrending. And they've allowed the tornado warning to expire here around Bryant and Willow Lake. There's still kind of two areas now of circulation. There's one here, and there's one here. Okay, this is the storm that they just retweeted a photo about. There's kind of dueling areas of two dueling mesocyclones. And we're still kind of seeing that. It's a bit of a disorganized mess of rotation at points, but actually it looks a little better structure than it did before. We're now seeing kind of two distinct mesocyclones versus a kind of a shear line. We'll have to watch this area, Willow Lake, Bryant, up to Hazel, and even Haiti. If you can be in the lowest level interior room, I think it's a good idea. Especially with those areas around Willow Lake and Bryant here. This storm to the west in South Dakota, near Miller, South Dakota, has a tornado possible tag on it. It has some rotation in it. We'll have to watch that storm as well. And then there's a bunch of outflow boundaries in the Dakotas here. You can see how they're all kind of interacting with each other. We'll have to watch how storms interact with the outflow boundaries and how those boundaries interact with each other. I think there's one more in that storm. So, an interesting night here in the Dakotas for sure. The other tornado warning here in Nebraska. That area of rotation on the leading edge of this line near Tyron. It's kind of a quick spin up along a leading edge of a line segment. It looked not very impressive in one scan, and then quickly tightened up here in another. And still likely rotating in here. Let's see if there's anything on the CC showing up. Nothing really on the CC that shows up there. But that's one to watch. A new tornado warning for this area here to the south. Oh. That area has a pretty strong little signature near Maywood, up to Moorfield, Farnham, Eustis, and Curtis in Nebraska. Yeah, a couple areas of rotation here, north and south of North Platte. This is a pretty strong line of storms pushing along I-80 right now, with also damaging winds. 70-mile-an-hour considerable threat moving through the North Platte. Actually, North Platte, let's see. North Platte was upgraded to 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds. We've seen actually 97-mile-an-hour destructive winds showing up here in North Platte. Just making sure we update. Yeah, that is a, let's see, this is a source, public source, 97 miles an hour. But even if that is a little off, the National Weather Service reported 80 mile an hour. So we're seeing at least hurricane force winds here in North Platte, Nebraska. A Mesonet site also reported 84. So even if the public source, however, overestimated a 97, it's still 70 to 85. So we're seeing, pretty good amount of winds here surging through North Platte, Nebraska. July, this area is going to get warned way out in front. 80-mile-an-hour winds, destructive severe thunderstorms, ping-pong ball-sized hail, and also tornado possible in here near Maywood and Curtis. So yeah, we're seeing quite a bit here. 6 tornado warnings right now. Take them kind of top to bottom. Not seeing any that are listed as observed right now, so that's a good sign. I think we lost the observe tag on the storm down in Texas. Still watching this severe thunderstorm with a broad area circulation between Litchfield, Marion, and approaching eventually Fort Ransom. Not moving particularly fast at the moment. It's going to get a warning out ahead of it as well for tornado possible, ping pong ball sized hail, and also 80-mile-an-hour wind. We've seen at least 67 reported near the Marion area. If you're out ahead of this, whether there's a tornado on the ground or not, out here, Fort Ransom, Lisbon, Verona, North Dakota, even towards Sheldon and Enderlin. If you can get to your sturdy shelter, your tornado safe space for 80-mile-an-hour wind, that is a good thing. Definitely be on the lowest level, most into your room and away from windows and the outside. Treat it like it's a tornado, especially if it's a destructive severe thunderstorm tag. And yeah, same down here along I-80. Treat this like it's a tornado warning here. Gothenburg, Cozad, Lexington, Overton, Elwood, up towards North Platte, Maxville, and Brady. As we've had reported 97-mile-an-hour wind gusts. All right, checking down into Texas here. Tennis ball size hail, and still a tornado possible here near Sanford, Texas. That area is just not moving very much, so please stay hunkered down for that. $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds to the east of Amarillo. And then also a tornado possible tag. Now, attached to the storm to the south. It is starting to rotate a little bit here, south of Amarillo. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire here in South Texas, but both these cells still have lime-sized hail and considerable threat for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Looks like the storm to the west, that rotation has backed off. Still some broad rotation now just east of Sanderson, Texas. We'll have to watch that one. And then East Texas right now, and especially Northeast Texas, has had a number of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We have a line segment bowing out along I-20 headed to and I-30 headed towards Shreveport and Texarkana. These are storms that were severe warned out of Dallas, Fort Worth earlier, and still severe warned for small hail, but mostly 60 mile an hour gusty winds. We also have a number of severe thunderstorms for half-dollar size hail here in Texas, southeast of Dallas, around Malakoff and Athens. And also half-dollar size hail, 60 mile an hour winds around Nacogdoches over towards San Augustine, Texas. Yeah, there's some pretty strong winds showing up right in this area near Broadhurst. And that'll head up towards Sherano and San Augustine. Should stay east of Nacogdoches in Texas. Some general thunderstorms. There's a couple showers and thunderstorms on the East Coast, as well as a cluster of storms here in central Kentucky. Although it's a pretty good day on the East Coast. Out of this storm near, that's tornado warned here near Lisbon and Fort Ransom, we've also seen 70 mile an hour winds reported with that storm. Still a broad area of circulation, but yeah, we're seeing, I think, a bigger threat here for winds, for high winds. So again, either way, take your tornado safety precautions for the wind-driven hail. That's definitely a possibility here in this storm. Up to golf ball sized hail and 80 mile an hour winds. That is going to be a destructive severe thunderstorm. New tornado warning coming out in our cluster storms near Cozad, Gothenburg, Lexington. It's an extension of the area of rotation here near Moorfield. And once again, this is another destructive severe thunderstorm with 80 mile an hour winds. We've seen as high as 97 mile an hour wind reported near North Platte. Yeah, this is a pretty dangerous thunderstorm here. All right, just wanted to post that on socials because that is a dangerous area there. Yeah, there's a couple areas of circulation it looks like showing up in this. So concerned about a couple areas of circulation, but either way, just treat this whole area like it's a tornado warning because of these severe winds that are coming. We're seeing other winds still reported here in the 50-mile-an-hour range, even south of all this mess here. Yeah, the National Weather Service is going to warn this well out ahead for the 80 to even higher amount of winds. Cambridge, Arapahoe, Holdrege, Elm Creek, Lexington, Kozag, Gothenburg. Please treat this like it's a tornado warning and just get to the lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, especially, this isn't the most forested state, but especially if you live in an area here surrounded by tall trees, you want to be, treating that like it's a tornado warning because you could have easily tall trees being snapped, large limbs being snapped, and then falling down onto your structure. And also, 84 to 97 mile an hour winds can also destroy camping trailers, mobile homes, sheds. So please find sturdy structure here if you're out ahead of this line of storms. Holdrege, Arapahoe, Cambridge, Lexington, Kozad, Gothenburg. Just treat it like it's a tornado warning. There's a couple areas of circulation that look a little suspicious anyway, but 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds coming down along the I-80 corridor. This is not a good situation here. For the I-80 corridor from North Platte down to Kearney and over to Grand Isle eventually. Already getting some damage reports of trees down all over town. Power outage almost all of North Platte. Power lines are down. Yeah, if you have 84 to 97 mile an hour winds, it's going to have a pretty wide damage path here that's similar, lower end tornado damage. 81 a little bit ago here on the east side of North Platte. This is becoming a pretty dangerous night here. Okay, just updating the title here. Share this with as many people as you can too. Just so we can get as many people out here as we can. All right, let me just do an audio check real quick. All right, yeah. Always good to just check the audio every now and then, make sure we're getting important information out to the public here. Okay, good news is we've had, I think, a general decrease in at least the tornado warnings, especially in the northern part of the severe coverage tonight. We still have an ongoing tornado warning here around Fort Ransom. This is a pretty crazy storm. It's had broad circulation, still does right here on the border of this tornado warning. It's slowly kind of drifting towards Fort Ransom, Lisbon, Elliott. You guys all need to be ready to take your tornado safety precautions. This also has a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds and ping pong ball-sized hail. So again, similar to just what we were talking to people in Nebraska about, if you're out ahead of this from Sheldon down to Lisbon down to Verona, you guys need to treat this like it's a tornado warning. Basically, if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, treat it like it's a tornado warning. Be lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And especially if you live in an area that's covered with trees, you want to definitely treat it like it's a tornado warning. If you can get into your storm shelter that's even better, or a basement is even better. And also not in mobile homes or camping trailers. Find a sturdy structure, especially if you got a little bit of time here. If you're in Lisbon or Sheldon. Still watching this area here. Let's see. It's still rotating near Wessington. So we have to keep an eye on this area here between Wessington and Miller. And then also, this area was tornado warned for quite a while near Bryant and Willow Lake. It still has a little broad rotation, but it's kind of a disorganized mess right now. Or I should say still. Yeah, so big focus here in Nebraska with those destructive severe thunderstorms. And then also tornado warning still in the Sanford, Texas area around Borger and Steinett, Texas. This is still an ongoing severe thunderstorm, not rotating like it was a little bit ago. It did drop an observed tornado briefly, but this is also a considerable threat for tennis ball size hail and 80-mile-an-hour winds. They're trimming down the tornado watch here to just include areas here basically east of I-27. That includes all these storms north or east of Amarillo for 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then this one is trying, I think, to produce a tornado. It is a tornado possible tag in tennis ball size hail, but this one has also kind of regained strength over the last couple scans. Starting to see a little rotation pick up in here. It's broad at the moment, but broad rotation, but it's definitely increasing its rotation. And then we have newer severe thunderstorm here east of Plainview, Texas. A pretty small cell, but also increasing in its strength. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still seeing those severe storms. They're pushing through Sanderson, Texas. Still a little rotation on that back storm. Actually, there's still some broad rotation on both of these storms, but primarily these are a hail threat out here. Ping pong ball sized hail. Wouldn't be surprised if this one gets upgraded again. Starting to see those bright pinks and blues again. That likely means there's probably at least lime sized hail up in here. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get more severe warnings out of that storm. And then Dallas, your severe weather has settled down, especially north sides of Dallas. Still watching the flash flood threat, so watch out for the runoff here. And also severe storms with ping pong ball sized hail and quarter sized hail south sides of Dallas. Near Waxahachie down towards Blum. And gusty winds in those cells too. Same for this area here around Athens, Alabama, Alabama. Every state that has a town named Athens or Athens calls it something different. Tyler, Texas. And then up here towards Marshall and Longview, we're seeing the severe warnings continue for 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. And then also watching the clouds get darker here in the Texarkana metro. Yeah, we're looking at exit 1 in Arkansas, looking at those darker clouds approaching the Texarkana metro with severe storms for 60-mile-an-hour winds around New Boston, Texas, along I-30 here. So those storms that we're looking on the camera, let's see. They're about 20 miles away. And then storms are not severe here along the Louisiana and Texas border, but we have seen some severe storms down in this area north of Lake Charles. Primarily now it's become a flood threat. At one point, when there was severe weather near DeQuincy, Louisiana, the sheriff's office reported trees and power lines down. We do see a storm severe warning for half-dollar size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's pushing up east in Nacogdoches, Texas, towards San Augustine. You can definitely see the winds here surging through this warning. If that continues, it'll be up towards center Texas and maybe eventually towards Tahana and Logansport, Texas. We've actually seen quite a bit of interesting weather in this stream. We've seen a couple observed tornadoes. We had softball sized, that's 4-inch hail near Fort Stockton. We've had storms interacting with a dry line boundary in Texas Panhandle with a couple observed tornadoes. We've had some observed tornadoes in the Dakotas, and then also we've had destructive hurricane force winds, 85 to 97 miles an hour, reported a little bit ago in North Platte, Nebraska. So we're watching those again. That cluster of storms has pushed east of North Platte, and we're still seeing some looks like readings come in here. 58 in Brady, Nebraska. So we'll see how these get continued. There's 84 Dickinson, Nebraska. 71, 80 in North Platte by an NWS employee. 97 by a public source. And also an official NWS observation of 81. So again, once you're in the 80-mile-an-hour range, it doesn't really matter if it's 80 or 100. This is going to cause damage to trees, power lines, certainly to temporary structures, sheds, mobile homes, camping trailers. So if you're out ahead of this, please find sturdy structure. Treat it like it's a tornado warning. We're also seeing a couple areas of circulation, not as impressive as they were earlier. Gothenburg, Kozak, Lexington. Stay in your tornado safe space though if you are in if you are already there. And then that storm here near Fort Ransom is going to get an extension. Still a radar indicated tornado and then golf ball sized hail. This also has a destructive severe thunderstorm for 80-mile-an-hour winds. But seeing that broad area of circulation still kind of hanging out in this area. There's also large hail up in here as well. So Fort Ransom, eventually down to Lisbon and Elliott. Good idea to stay into your tornado safe space. Yeah, we could get a spin up out of this area. Not particularly tight at the moment, but could easily, intensify. Those storms along the I-29 corridor near Grafton have gone sub-severe. Looks like things are quieting down, especially north of I-94 in the Dakotas. In the new severe thunderstorm warning, not seeing that area of rotation as much near Wessington, but still a severe warning there. Also, severe warning with tornado possible. Still near Bryant and Willow Lake. Yeah, there's still, it looks like kind of one mesocyclone is taking over on the southern side of this. So we may get another chance at a tornado out of this storm if it reorganizes further east here. In general, this area has been kind of just a mess of broad rotation. So we're getting an extension here. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for our traffic camera located at mile 1 or exit 1 in Arkansas right here. And we're looking west. So we're looking towards these storms. They're about 15 to 20 miles from our traffic camera. Yeah, about 15 and a half miles from our traffic camera here. So things are starting to get dark, especially it's almost 8 o'clock central. but we do have enough light that we should be able to see some stuff in this here. But it's getting more dark because of the storms too, so. And then a new severe thunderstorm here north of Midland, Texas. Boy, they got it the other day. See some gusty winds up in this storm. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's a newer storm, though, so we'll have to watch that one. Ping pong ball-sized hail possible in Texas. This storm, though, is trying to get its act together tornadically here. North of Silverton, Texas. Still broad rotation at the moment, but this is looking as impressive as it has in this storm's history. It's really starting to wrap up. We're starting to see that hook. Pretty nice structure on this storm. We can take it back. Yeah, you can see it's tried a couple times, but now it's definitely picked that intensity up a little bit. And the storms around it have weakened, so this has really taken over at least this cluster of storm. Yeah, this one, if it continues on this trend, is going to need a tornado warning soon. Let's zoom in here and take a look at this. This is along Texas 207, north of Coronado Shores, and just east of Virgo Park, and also north of Silverton, Texas. I would say if it gets another scan or two like it is, it's going to get a tornado warning for, you know, something like this maybe. Ooh, here comes the new scan. I don't think that scan is updated, but the reflectivity updated and it stayed basically the same, so got a pretty good little hook on it. Also has a little bit of a connection to an outflow boundary here. So we're seeing that tighten up here. And then it's got inflow coming in like this. We're seeing a pretty classic supercell here just north of Silverton, Texas. Yeah, here's this storm earlier near Sanford. NWS employee reported a tornado on the ground near Sanford, Texas. That was a little bit ago. It's not tornadic at the moment, just a severe thunderstorm with large hail, considerable threat. Golf ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour wind. Very concerned, though, about Nebraska. We've seen a lot of reports of 60-plus mile-an-hour wind. There's a 62, 53, 59. Let's see, further down we have near Bird City, a 56. We've also had reports of 3-inch hail by trained spotters. There's also, let's see, 1.5-inch hail. The hail has come down in general in these storms. And then in the North Platte area, we've had reports of damage. We've had 80 to 97-mile-an-hour winds. Those storms now are pushing through areas here around Gothenburg, Cozad, and Lexington along I-80. So if you don't have to drive I-80 tonight, it would be not a good night for this. That wind is surging out here right along I-80. So Kearney, Lexington, you guys are up next. Cozad, Holdridge, and Cambridge in central Nebraska. You guys are up next. This National Weather Service is warning this out ahead. So please take it. Please take this strongly here. And treat this like it's a tornado warning here, especially if you're in this warning here. Elwood, Overton, Lexington, Eddyville, for the destructive severe thunderstorm. I'm going to grab a quick drink of water here and then come right back. Okay, we're hydrated and ready to go here. Also had to check a baseball score, so that took a little longer than I thought. But well, we have a pretty dangerous night if you're just joining us. We've had scattered severe storms in especially eastern North Dakota and eastern South Dakota, occasional tornado warnings in those storms. We have a very damaging cluster of severe thunderstorms, basically an MCS, moving through the I-80 corridor in central Nebraska. It's brought 80 to 97 mile-an-hour winds to North Platte, Nebraska. Occasional tornado warnings with that cluster of storms. We have a tornado watch still left for the Texas Panhandle, and actually a tornado was just reported in this storm that we saw earlier. An observed tornado here, ongoing. This is near, let's see, Briscoe County here in rural areas of Briscoe County. But this is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. We'll dive into that actually in just a second. And then we also have another cluster of storms, basically another MCS, moving across the Red River Valley. That's now moving into Texarkana and eventually Shreveport. Our camera here is in Texarkana, and we can really see the lightning picking up in this storm. Yeah, we're at Texas Route 1. Also, the rain shadow here just out ahead of this, a bit of a shelf cloud and heavy rain. You can see kind of haze back in here. There's also a little bit of a lowering. Let's just very quickly take a look at that. Don't think there's anything imminently tornadic, but we're seeing likely a little bit of this notch in here. So that's something to watch as we look at this camera. Or potentially that little notch right in there. Either way, severe thunderstorm warning continues for Texarkana. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. We should be able to see that here in just a couple minutes. Yeah, a little bit concerned with that little notch right there. We'll see. But also, the lightning is picked up in the camera view there. Those severe warnings continue all the way down towards Tyler and Jacksonville, Texas. 1-inch hail and 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Some trees down already being reported in Tyler, Texas. There's a storm south of Dallas, Fort Worth, with ping pong ball sized hail. 2-inch hail was reported just a little bit ago in Hico, Texas. A little bit of rotation in that storm. We'll have to watch that one. And then also $half size hail down I-35 south of Dallas, Fort Worth. These storms have also been training a little bit, so I would expect that the flood threat, there's been flash flood warnings in Dallas, Fort Worth. I would expect those will get pushed probably further south to the south side of the Metroplex in the next few hours. Storms look like they're starting to die off a little bit here near Sanderson. Still some broad rotation along US 90. That's near Mofetta. And Dryden and Shaw with large hail in those storms. And then moving back to our observed tornado here. It's gone back to radar indicated, but still pretty tight area of circulation right in this area here. And still seeing a pretty good CC drop. This may still be in here. Just don't know for sure if it is. But this was reported a little bit ago. 10 miles northwest of Silverton, Texas, by a storm chaser. So that is a dangerous storm. We saw it wrap up. We saw the velocity scans pick up and tighten. And yeah, you can kind of see, I think when we saw it last, it was in this kind of state. It definitely tightened up further. There's probably the area here. In a broader area rotation, there's this area here where it tightened up. That drifted south. Yeah, pretty tight there too. And then kind of there again. Wouldn't be surprised if there's probably a broad mesocyclone, and every now and then it kind of tickles the ground a little bit. So it could be doing that again right in here. Wouldn't be shocked if it is, because the CC drop is, there's still a bit of a CC drop in here. But this is a pretty impressive storm. Luckily, it's staying over mainly rural areas. We also have a storm chaser reported baseball-sized hail east of Virgo Park. If you're out here along Texas 256, north and east of Silverton, Texas, it's good to be in your safe space here. Silverton, Texas, this is going to pass to the north of you guys, so no threat directly for Silverton, but just a little bit to the north, just about 5 or 6 miles, maybe 7. You may get a view of this storm. Yeah, we're definitely seeing that line of storms push into Texarkana here. Very close to downtown Texarkana. Our traffic camera is right here along I-30 and exit 1. We're seeing the lightning flash. And then also north of Amarillo, there's still severe thunderstorms ongoing near Pampa and Miami and Moby. The good news is the storms here north of Amarillo have definitely downtrended. You can see earlier, the one actually produced a tornado near Sanford, and that has significantly weakened. Still a couple hail cores in here, but I think those are on the downtrend as well. So some good news overall for areas here in this tornado watch, but this is still a strong storm between Silverton, and if it does hold together, it could affect areas like Lakeview or Turkey in Texas here. And then this area up in Nebraska along the I-80 corridor, still an ongoing tornado warning here near Callaway. You can see there's an area of circulation in here. Kind of tightened up south of Arnold. Maybe another area here south of Callaway. This is radar indicated. Yeah, near Arnold. But wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple areas of circulation there. And then there's one here too. Kind of along the leading edge of this cluster of storms. Looking a little messier right now, but 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail likely still out of that one. Still along I-80 here, we have a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. It appears like the 80 plus has been coming down. We had a 60-mile-an-hour wind in Dawson, Nebraska, 58 in Brady, but it was back near North Platte where we've had a swath of 80 plus mile-an-hour winds to even 97 was reported, and North Platte has had power and tree damage. So if you can avoid North Platte tonight, and really if you can avoid driving on I-80 right now, this is just a big mess of storms. Considerable threat continues for ping pong ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's Holdridge, Arapahoe, Cambridge, Wilsonville, Samford, and Oxford in central Nebraska. And then those storms extend down with 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail towards Atwood, Oberlin, and Colby. And that southern end has had the larger hail returns, but those seem to be backing down a little bit, which is good. Into the Dakotas, we still have an ongoing observed tornado now. This storm finally tightened up here near Lisbon and Fort Ransom. So we've been talking about this storm for a long time, but looks like it tightened up. Not seeing it super tight on the radar, but we did have a confirmed tornado near Fort Ransom, damaging tornado and half-dollar size hail by the weather spotter confirmed. So let's just treat this like it's still in here. Let's see. Go back to the CC and we can check it out. If it, okay, that's probably it right here. There's a big hail spike in here, so it's hard to fully see that, but may have lifted, but treat it like it's still on the ground. It does seem like it broadened back out. But Lisbon, Elliott, Venlo, Buttsville, and Fort Ransom, especially east of Fort Ransom. Please stay in your safe space. This also has a larger warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail extending down, and now a line that extends down from Enderlin to Ellendale in North Dakota. Storms have significantly decreased north of I-94, so that's a pretty good sign here on the northern extent of our severe weather. So we're still seeing an observed tornado reported here. Likely again in this area right in here. Yeah, confirmed tornado still updated just 3 minutes ago. Weather spotters confirmed. So still north of Silverton along 3365. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Likely a tornado still right in this area here, a few miles northeast or north of Silverton, Texas. That's an interesting storm. Kind of had pulsing, at least on the radar, it's had pulsing presentations of the velocity. Damaging winds pushing through Texarkana. You can see the lightning has really increased there. And then let me get an update from the National Weather Service, see if there's any updates here. Let's see. Oh wow, there were let's see, who is this? Yeah, Storm Chaser. There was actually twin tornadoes just a little bit ago here. That's near Silverton. So that's probably confirming what we're kind of seeing here, as there's this broader area of rotation in this storm, and there's multiple areas of circulation at times that get a little punchier. And I think if I put the radar back just a few minutes, we may see what the Storm Chaser was seeing here, with a couple areas of tighter circulation here. One there, and then one right in there. That looks kind of what we're seeing. It had one stronger, fully condensed tornado, and then one was a skinnier rope tornado. So that may have been the picture that I just retweeted, may have been the radar presentation of that. So this is a dangerous storm here. It's produced multiple tornadoes in this area here north of Silverton, Texas. So if you are in this area, again, you have baseball-sized hail, but also an ongoing tornado threat. And it looks like it may be trying to produce a new tornado or continued one. Again, a bit of broader rotation there. Yeah, so we may still see it trying to produce multiple tornadoes here. An interesting cell. Back up to our other tornado warning. This one wasn't as impressive, but let's take a look at it again. It's broadened out, I think, quite a bit. Still some areas, I think, in here between Callaway and Arnold that are worth watching. We're getting a little further from the radar site. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe we'll see it better from that radar. Yeah, okay, there's still some rotation in here. On this radar, it shows more near Callaway. And then our other tornado has gone back to radar indicated. But we can still see there is some broad rotation over Lisbon. That storm is starting, I think, to gust out. We're starting to see probably a bigger wind threat here, pushing through Lisbon. Still that broad, almost comma, and then it comes out of there. So this storm is kind of changing its characteristics here as we speak. I think we're seeing more of, again, kind of a cluster of storms developing with the calm ahead rotating near Lisbon. So that may decrease the supercellular tornado threat out of that, which would be a good thing. That one has tried to produce a tornado, I think, as far back as the Jamestown area, and then finally did around Fort Ransom. But that storm has at times had 70+ mile-an-hour winds. So if you're out ahead of this, please treat this pretty significant storm here coming your way. Winter, Milner, Windmere, Walcott, Cogswell, Rutland, Brampton, Ludden, and Oaks in southeast North Dakota. That storm near Oaks and Ludden probably has a little larger hail in it too. It says quarter size, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit larger, closer to $half size hail out of that storm. And storms with some hail and gusty winds is the primary threat, I think, right now in the Dakotas, or especially in South Dakota. This is that storm that was tornado warned for a long time near Willow Lake. Still has some areas of rotation in it, so we do have to watch this storm still. Near Haiti, Castlewood, and Esteline. Yeah, still watching that storm. It does have a tornado possible tag. That's approaching the I-29 corridor around Castlewood and Clear Lake and Esteline. Let's check in again. I got distracted checking in on the National Weather Service with the tornado report. They're going to continue the observed tornado report out of Briscoe County in Texas here. I think they're going to extend it out. Yeah, still seeing actually 2 areas of circulation in here. We're still seeing the one back here and still seeing another area right here. So, very interesting storm. Yeah, it's had some photogenic tornadoes, and luckily I think we're in some pretty rural spaces here. But a lot of storm chasers are on this. They're getting pictures of cone tornadoes, rope tornadoes. This has probably produced, I think, at least 3 to 5 tornadoes in the last 30 to 40 minutes. So this is a pretty dangerous storm. If you're out here between Silverton, Texas, and Antelope Flats, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And yeah, the one good news is there's not much in the way of communities between Silverton and Antelope Flats, but there are probably some people that live out there, so. So most of the discussion, it looks like, from the National Weather Service most recently has been for those damaging winds and the surging squall line of storms with severe winds likely in especially areas here along I-80, Grand Isle, Kearney, Nebraska, basically central Nebraska. You guys are in for a bit of a long night here. And yeah, still seeing come down a little bit, but we've seen more 60-mile-an-hour wind reports here out of some different weather stations. There's a 66. So this still could easily produce 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. One here near Callaway at 65. That tornado warning here around Callaway has been allowed to expire. Broken Bow. But yeah, we can still see those stronger winds in here. Yeah, and you can see them here surging towards Holdridge. That's a dangerous night along the I-80 corridor. Still observed tornado here near Silverton, Texas. Still seeing a couple areas of circulation. And we've had a couple other, let's see, tornado observed live on a storm chaser feed. Another observation of the initial tornado. And another storm chaser report. I think we've had at least 3 to 5 tornadoes at least reported in the last little bit here of this storm. But yeah, still watching a couple areas of circulation. It is starting to come down pretty good on this camera here. That's out of Texarkana. Heavy rain, lightning, and gusty winds. Yeah, that is right over our camera at the moment. Nothing tornadic. There was a little bit of a lowering, but it looks like that notch has kind of broadened back out. Just a big mess of wind and rain here right now. Yeah, you can see the sheets of rain blowing across the highway when the car lights are focused on it there. It's a pretty heavy, severe thunderstorm. This is again looking west towards the Texas state line. Not a fun night to drive along I-30 tonight. So if you're just joining us, we have a big mess of severe weather, not all due to one system. Earlier we had storms along the Gulf Coast. Some of those were severe. And then we had storms in West Texas. Actually, a tornado report here near Sanderson. Let's see. Tornado damage to buildings and power lines reported in Sanderson when they were under that tornado warning earlier. That's not good. They still have tornado possible tags on the storm that's south of Sanderson now. That was the secondary storm. Still kind of broadly rotating. And they both have hail. Half dollar size hail and ping pong ball size hail. Just in the Sanderson area and parts of US 90 in southwest Texas. So hopefully everyone in Sanderson is okay. Couple severe thunderstorm warnings here in West Texas. Those seem to be downtrending, especially this storm here near Patricia. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and then also for that one may have a little bit larger hail. But back up to our observed tornado. This storm is still likely producing a tornado. There is a pretty strong area of circulation. Not seeing it on the CC, but it could easily be producing. It does seem like it's a fairly arid area with from the storm chaser views that we've also posted again, shared on our Twitter feed. It does seem like it's a fairly arid area that's not has a lot of doesn't have a lot of trees or things, so it looks like mostly these tornadoes are kind of picking up dust and small debris, so we could easily have a tornado on the ground and it's not showing up on our CC because there's not large non-meteorological targets that are showing up. It's a pretty tight area rotation right there, east and north of Silverton, Texas, especially if you're along 256. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space there. Up towards Antelope Flats, Texas. And large hail likely with this storm. I think we're seeing a downtrend of these storms, and yeah, they're right on the I think border between being severe and not. So 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail still possible. Pampa, Miami, up to Canadian, Texas. But those storms do seem to be downtrending. So do the ones around Dodge City. And then these storms here in central Nebraska, they do seem to be on the downtrend a little bit. That's some good news, but there's still a widespread severe weather event here in central Nebraska. From Broken Bow, Callaway, all the way down through Lexington, and Holdridge, Elm Creek, Loomis, Oxford, Beaver City, Stamford, Wilsonville, Lebanon, Danbury, Oberlin, and Achilles. 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. The hail has come down significantly in these storms, so I don't think the hail threat is as big as it was earlier. But we're still seeing, again, just behind this, we're seeing a big swath of 50 to 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind reports. I think we may be hopefully done with the 80 to 90 to 100-mile-an-hour wind reports like we saw, unfortunately, over North Platte, Nebraska. But if you're out ahead of this, Kearney, Nebraska, towards Grand Isle, Hastings, St. Paul, in central Nebraska, you get warnings, just treat this like it's a tornado warning. Get into a stable structure, away from doors and windows, away from the outside, on the lowest level if you can. Still watching the area rotation near Lisbon. Looks like that is decreasing. That is downtrending, so that's a good sign. But still a pretty good surge of winds coming through Oaks, up towards Enderlin, and approaching here Gwinner, Milner, Windermere, Walcott, and Barry, as well as Rutland and Brampton here in North Dakota. The storm has a little bit higher threat here, golf ball sized hail near Langford, South Dakota. The rest of these storms are pretty much producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This was our previously tornado warned storm earlier. It does have still a little bit of circulation in it near Badger, Dempster, and Estline. So we do have to watch that storm. It's kind of over Lake Point Set right now. Arlington Beach. That area right in there is probably the most concerning. As I mentioned earlier, we're kind of jumping around a little bit. There's quite a bit of severe weather all the way from North Dakota down to the Red River and then also back into West Texas. It's starting to condense a little bit, but it's still pretty spread out. I think at the high, we were up to like 5 or 6 tornado warnings and I think close to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're now down to 2 tornado warnings and 20 severe thunderstorm warning. And we're seeing kind of, I think, three to four clusters of storms. We're seeing the scattered storms here in the Dakotas and into Minnesota. We're seeing the pretty severe MCS complex, North Platte, Nebraska, And then we're seeing some scattered, isolated, actually, I would call it now, storms here in West Texas, and then another cluster of storms in East Texas right now, approaching into Arkansas and Louisiana. A new severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag west of Rochester, Minnesota. Yeah, there's a bit of rotation in here. You can see it just along US 14. So this includes Dodge Center and West Concord, Claremont, Casson, and Wasioja. See the trend on this. Yeah, this has tightened up in the last scan or two. So that is a pretty strong thunderstorm here around Claremont, Minnesota. It's moving basically east. So it's moving towards the Rochester, Minnesota metro here in southeast Minnesota. Moving east at 25. So watch out for that storm. I'll kind of track it out. Let's see here. I'll track it out from its strongest area here. So moving east at 25. Dodge Center in about 12 minutes to the strongest part of the storm. And then Rochester, if that holds together, about 56 minutes. Moving east at 25. So if it does hold together, it's going to pretty much ride along US 14 into Rochester, Minnesota. Again, no tornado yet. And actually, the last scan, it's kind of broadened back out. But either way, it's coming towards the Rochester metro with at least a strong to severe thunderstorm. All right, taking these again from kind of north to south. Again, I think the tornado threat is decreasing here around Lisbon. And yeah, they just dropped the tornado warning. So this is more of a cluster of storms moving southeast with damaging winds and some larger hail. Train spotter reported a tornado moving southeast near Highway 32. And it was on the ground for about 5 minutes prior to the call. So still a tornado possible and considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind for those storms. And then still watching the strong winds here coming through. Approaching Holdridge. Not quite seeing those indications of as strong of storms as we did earlier, so that's good. We're still seeing, though, some 70-mile-an-hour wind reports. 74 in Frontier. That's taken with a handheld anemometer from a storm chaser. Another 72-mile-an-hour report. Mesonet site reported 70. So still seeing some 70-mile-an-hour wind reports out of this complex of storm. This is quickly coming towards Kearney, Nebraska. Yeah, storm chasers are getting a pretty photogenic look at tornadoes here. This is back to radar indicated. But the storm structure of this is just a classic, like, West Texas supercell. There still is areas of rotation in here. So wouldn't be surprised if this thing tries to tornado again. It's east and north of Silverton, Texas. Silverton, Texas has continued to be outside the warning. You guys have been clear of this by a few miles. But if you're up north and east of Silverton, Texas, along 256, please be in your tornado safe space, especially 256, close to that Shot Mountain. and then also up 256 towards Antelope Flat. That's where your larger hail is going to be. Likely the tornado part of the storm would be south of Antelope Flat, but good to be in your tornado safe space there for those heavier hailstones. And yeah, this is probably going to try to tornado again. It's a very photogenic supercell on our radar, but also on in person, it looks like, from what the storm chasers are reporting. Storms are decreasing in intensity pretty rapidly here. Still severe warning near Snyder, Texas. The other storm out to the west of that has significantly decreased. And then still seeing some strong storms here south of Sanderson, Texas. But those look to be on the downtrend as well, so that's a good sign. Speaking of downtrending, they've knocked down the severe warning for the Texarkana Metro. Still under a special weather statement. This is for 50 to 55 mile-an-hour winds and half-inch hail, so just under the severe limits. Frequent cloud lightning and heavy rain. There has been some damage to several trees and power lines in New Boston, Texas, as well as I think earlier in Tyler, Texas. The line is still a bit stronger here, pushing towards Shreveport, Louisiana. So if you're in East Texas, from basically the northern corner of Louisiana, Vivian, Benton, Shreveport, over to Marshall, Texas, Longview, down towards Jacksonville, Texas. Severe thunderstorms for 60 mile-an-hour winds and some small hail likely. And there is still a hail-producing thunderstorm south of Dallas-Fort Worth, kind of on the back end of this cluster of storms near Hillsboro and Hubbard and West, right along I-35 where 35E and W split off. Not a great area for a big hail-producing thunderstorm, but half-dollar size hail and 60 mile-an-hour winds. There's still kind of a bit of strong storms that lag back from that surging part of the bow echo through Tyler, Jacksonville, Palestine, Mexia, and West Texas. Where is that? West and Hillsboro, Texas. Those storms could get some severe warnings every now and then, but primarily there's a flood threat for that part of Texas. And we're seeing the flash flood warnings fill in here south and east of Dallas-Fort Worth. Checking in on our West Texas supercell, we're still kind of seeing actually two areas of rotation. So that's interesting that those two areas seem to be holding together a little bit. At one point, there were two tornadoes on the ground, so that's actually interesting. This is luckily in a low populated area, so it's not affecting many people right now. However, if you are in that warning, please take that seriously. That now is our only tornado warning in Briscoe County, Texas. The storms along I-80 seem to be weakening a little bit, especially right along I-80. Lexington, Elm Creek, approaching Kearney and Ravenna. That's some good news there that these storms are slowly downtrending. I think we've had enough of, and there seems to be more every time I look in this area. There's enough of these 60 to 70 mile-an-hour wind reports that this is still a pretty dangerous line of storms. We're seeing a bunch of those fill in here, including right along I-80 where we had 60 mile-an-hour winds. Dawson, 63. There's a new one right here. 62 in Oberlin. 70 in Danbury. And let's see, a new one. 58 in Broken Bow. So still pretty strong to severe storms along the I-80 corridor. And these are strong clusters of storms here too, especially this cluster here that's producing damaging winds and some small hail with a tornado possible tag. Ludden, Oaks, Coswell, Winter, Milner, up towards Walcott and Windermere. You guys are still in those warnings. Pretty strong cell here, quarter size hail near Bradley. And then still that tornado possible tag. That's near Esteline and Dempster, with at least some strong winds in here. We're getting a new tornado warning. Looks like it's for Nebraska. But before we do, I just want to check in that storm that's west of Rochester, Minnesota, with a severe thunderstorm. Still tornado possible. The southern end of this storm is rotating a bit here near Dodge Center. The rotation is kind of riding along US 14, so just watch out for that. It's about an hour away, maybe a little less now, from Rochester, Minnesota. And if there is larger hail, it'd be just along 14 and points north of 14. That could slide over to the northern side of Rochester, Minnesota. Okay, new tornado warning here for the areas south and east of Broken Bow, Westerville, Ansley, and Berwyn in central Nebraska. Yeah, a bit of a tighter area rotation in here. Still in here, so we need to treat that like it's a ongoing tornado. And even if not, it's a pretty destructive part of the severe thunderstorm too. So, yep, along Nebraska 2, Westerville, Berwyn, and Ansley, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. We can see it better from this side. No, we can't. No, just no. No, we can't. Kind of between two radar sites there. Yeah, it's too far from the Omaha radar. Seeing those probably strongest winds are now south of I-80 in this cluster of storms, surging out towards Holdridge. And that's where we've had, I think behind that, we've had more of those 74 mile an hour wind gusts. 72. 66. So yeah, this is probably our biggest section right here. Cambridge, Arapahoe, up towards Holdridge, and just south and west of Kearney, Nebraska. Yeah, we can really see that surge of winds in here. 68, 71. 72, 66. So yeah, there's still probably, I think, a severe thunderstorm, pretty significant winds in here coming towards Holdridge. So once again, new tornado warning here in central Nebraska, south and east of Broken Bow, for Ansley, Westerville, and Berwyn, Nebraska, along Nebraska Route 2. And then still watching that ongoing tornadic storm in West Texas and the Texas Panhandle, baseball-sized hail, and potential tornado in this area here along 256, just east of Silverton. Seems to be downtrending a bit, at least on the radar presentation. Still also some large hail up in this area here of the storm. So along 256 and points north, along 70, and areas around Antelope Flats. You guys should be in your tornado safe space. Wouldn't be surprised if this quickly gets extended out, especially at least for the severe thunderstorm part. The tornadic part, it's still kind of holding back in here along 256. The storm isn't moving particularly fast, but there does appear to be some large hail falling north of Tampico and Settlement, Texas. At one point, it looks like at least one of these tornadoes that have developed with this storm has was a stovepipe tornado too. So that's an interesting that's been an interesting storm. Getting extensions here of the severe thunderstorm warnings here: Holdridge, Minden, Franklin, Alma, down towards Arapahoe and Wilsonville and central Nebraska. They're going to extend it out for 60-mile-an-hour winds. A little surprised since we have seen some 70-mile-an-hour winds out of that one. But I think either way, you're going to get a pretty strong severe thunderstorm here. So hunker down if you're out here, Minden, Franklin, Alma. They do seem to be decreasing a little bit, the winds. Still watching the lightning here out of Texarkana. We're starting, I think, to get behind the heaviest weather in that camera. Yeah, we're quickly behind the storms now, so we're starting to see the lightning decrease. Our camera's right here at basically the Texas border. Let me see here. Let's see if we can get a different traffic cam up. So new severe thunderstorm warning for the areas here south and west of Shreveport and along the Texas and Louisiana border here: Carthage, Beckville, Tipton, and Mansfield, Texas. Or Mansfield in Louisiana, sorry. And then Carthage, Tipton, Tahana, and Beckville in Texas. All right, let's see here. I think we can get some cameras out of Louisiana. Let's see. I might go back to my tried and true camera here in this report. Let's see. All right, this will work. All right, let's get this squared up, and then we should be good. All right, that looks good. Get it all squared away. This is Shreveport, Louisiana. So we're looking at the storms here headed towards this camera. It's right here at the 31, 32, and I-20 and 220. I believe this camera looks north, kind of like this. So we're looking this way. The storms are kind of coming from the south, or from the northwest anyway, so we're somewhat looking towards this camera. The camera I want it to go to for looks like it's down for some maintenance. So again, we're kind of looking north, and this severe line of storms is pushing in from the northwest. So we should be seeing those storms here soon in Shreveport. Right now, north of Shreveport, Oil City, Vivian, and Austin, you guys are under those severe warnings, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then getting an extension here, tornado possible. This is that storm I was mentioning earlier. And then tennis ball size hail for considerable threat. That areas here around Turkey, Esteline, Texas, south of Lakeview, Texas. May get an extension eventually of a tornado warning, but right now the tornado warning is back here. Oh, they're going to let the tornado warning expire. Okay. That's interesting, but let's see. Yeah, it's kind of broader rotation right now over 256, north of Eagles Point, and north and west of Turkey. Definitely, if you can, be in your lowest level interior room away from doors and windows, especially with a thunderstorm like this that has tennis ball size hail. So even without a tornado on the ground, it's good to treat this like one with a damaging tennis ball size hail threat. This storm also has a history of producing tornadoes. Just checking to see what the National Weather Service is thinking here. Still a pretty strong storm near Snyder, Texas, and then a couple stronger storms still along the Rio Grande here along US 90. Starting to fade. There is still some pretty good hail signatures showing up north of US 90 and that lead storm. These are mostly over rural areas, especially the further away from US 90 you get. This storm particularly is pretty far out there. And then good news is we've also seen a decrease in the severe warning south of Dallas. There are some areas here where there's some pretty strong winds showing up between Corsica and Wortham Cairns, Malakoff, Athens or Athens, Guadark. So there are some areas in this cluster of storms. I wouldn't be shocked if we got a severe thunderstorm or a warning out of that. And then back up to our other tornado warning. This was radar indicated in the Ansley, Westerville, Nebraska areas. Still some rotation in here, pushing towards the end of this warning, so we'll see if they extend it out. If they do, it'd be towards Arcadia, Nebraska, Loop City, North Loop, Scotia, Coatesville. So we'll see if they do. This is still a pretty dangerous complex of storms pushing through central Nebraska right now. A long history of damaging winds. I don't think this is going to be derecho level though, because the storms kind of started in this area here, and I mean it could if it continues to be a pretty substantial, if it continues way longer, but they do seem to be downtrending somewhat. From where they are currently, it's getting closer. They've gone for about 200 miles with some damaging winds. (200 to 220). So they've been around for a while. But their biggest point is after they kind of formed a line segment, was this area right in here in North Platte, Gothenburg, Cozad, down towards Cambridge, McCook, and yeah, those I think are the strongest area winds. We're still seeing some pretty strong winds out ahead of this. But not as many severe warnings. They're primarily focused in Nebraska here. From Broken Bow, Kearney, Alma, Franklin, Minden, Holdridge, and then St. Paul, Rockville, Loop City, Arcadia, Elyria, Ord, North Loop, and Greeley Center. A couple of new warnings here north of Brookings, South Dakota. That's that area that had a tornado possible tag. They're not going to extend that down to Bruce and White. But still pretty strong storm there near Esteline. That's also along I-29 north of Brookings. Another one in here, $half size hail near Webster, up towards Summit and Goodwill. And also Roslyn and Eden with some small hail in that storm. Pretty good cluster of severe storms here. Tornado possible and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's coming towards Rutland, Lingerwood, Hankinson, Great Bend. I think we're slowly losing the tornado threat, though, up this far. That'll also be along I-29 here near Hankinson, Great Bend, Morton, and Abercrombie. So pretty good cluster of storms there. And actually a severe thunderstorm warning in western North Dakota for $half size hail around Zap and Beulah. On the far northern corner of our severe weather watches. Our severe weather watches are starting to get eaten away. So out here, Pierre, South Dakota, you guys are good for the night. Rapid City, good for the night. Had some hail up in this part of South Dakota. Faith and Dupree. I think there was a tornado even up near Faith. Not in the Faith, but it was near Faith, South Dakota. All that area is clear. McLaughlin, Mobridge. So starting to clear things out in western South Dakota. And then our tornado watch has also been cleared in the Oklahoma Panhandle and also around Amarillo. Still ongoing another hour and 52 minutes. We'll see if that maintains, but there is still a possible for tornadic potential in the storm. South and east of Amarillo, it's near Turkey, Texas. Still rotating a bit. Along and now east of 256. Likely some larger hail up in this part of the storm. So we're seeing some of those blue cores. That indicates a pretty large area of hail there. Probably lime sized. They're going to fill in that area here with 60-mile-an-hour winds, severe thunderstorms for Kearney, Hastings, Grand Island. Still pretty strong storms headed towards you guys. And we've dropped the tornado warning. So for the first time in, I think, a couple hours, we haven't had a tornado warning. It's a good sign. Still strong storms coming into now western and northwestern Louisiana. Logansport, back towards Carthage, Texas, and then Waxham, Greenwood, Blanchard, Mooringsport, Benton, Oil City, Belcher, Plain Dealing. You guys are all in a severe thunderstorm warning. Hail isn't going to be the biggest threat down here, so the hail factor is decreasing under 1-inch hail, but 60-mile-an-hour winds, and then obviously pretty heavy rain, strong lightning, or vigorous lightning. This whole area here is still a pretty good severe thunderstorm pushing towards Shreveport, Louisiana right now. Storms are non-severe now east of Texarkana, pushing towards Magnolia. Still got to watch that area for maybe a severe thunderstorm warning. I think that one's on the decrease though, especially that northern edge. I think we're almost done with these storms here out in West Texas, Sanderson. Still some good hail, I think, showing up in this storm. This is well north of Comstock, Texas. I'll put the radar full here for a minute, and we can go over the outlooks for today. A large area of slight risk, and then the storms right now that are moving through central Nebraska, that is our enhanced risk. So I guess they got that right by like a lot. It's pretty much that cluster of very severe destructive thunderstorms has been in our enhanced risk, I think, almost the entire time. Tornado threat, there's a slightly higher 5% tornado threat in that enhanced risk, and then also in West Texas, that definitely verified. And then a few areas here of 2%. I think our 2% up here kind of over verified in the Dakotas. Our wind threat was highest here in the high plains down into the Texas Panhandle, with our highest chance of severe winds, basically a wind-driven enhanced risk in northern Kansas and into central Nebraska. And our highest area of hail has also been in that area, with that enhanced risk from O'Neill, Broken Bow, Grand Isle, Kearney, down to Goodland and Hayes, Kansas. A larger area of large hail hatched risk all the way down to West Texas. We saw that, I think, verify with the 4-inch hail in Stockton City. And then less of a hail chance up into the Dakotas, and then also kind of south of the Red River into Dallas-Fort Worth. Hail chance decreases significantly once you're into Louisiana. So what's on tap for tomorrow? Tomorrow has a pretty broad area of marginal risk from actually Chicago and Madison, Wisconsin, down through St. Louis, Bloomington, Springfield, Illinois, Springfield, Missouri, Kansas City, Wichita, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Little Rock, all the way down to San Antonio and Houston, or near Houston. But then there is a slight risk, a little bit higher in this area here. Right now, that's still getting severe weather, but that could potentially be another cluster that develops and moves through the Red River Valley. So a slight risk tomorrow. Categorically, a small risk of a tornado in northern Illinois and Wisconsin, then also in that Red River Valley up into the Arkansas River Valley. The damaging wind threat is centered along the Red River, Texarkana, Dallas, down toward Shreveport, Monroe, and back towards areas south of Norman, Ardmore, Oklahoma. Then a larger 5% risk all the way up through Madison. Hail is not going to be a big threat like we've seen today. Pretty small risks for hail in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana, and then also northern Illinois, St. Louis area, and points north and east towards Chicago, Madison, Wisconsin, Davenport, Cedar Rapids, and Milwaukee. I'm getting a tornado warning here for that North Dakota complex, so we'll take a peek at that here in just a minute. Day 3 has a marginal risk up north. We'll get some clarity on this probably tomorrow, and I may post a video out for the risks later this week. There's some indications that northwest flow could develop a pretty good, strong complex of storms that comes down through the western Great Lakes. So we'll see, get a little clear picture of that later, but this is a day 3 risk. It's a small risk right now, could get enhanced later. Right now, just a marginal risk for Duluth, St. Cloud, Minneapolis, Rochester, or Minnesota, down through Des Moines, and even down towards Kansas City, Lincoln, and Omaha. So we'll have to see about that, and then kind of a general summer thunderstorm risk. Not expecting a big severe weather outbreak. But yeah, we may get a few of these complexes of storms that move through the Great Lakes later this week. I don't think they have anything out. Yeah, nothing out for the 4 to 8 day yet from the National Weather Service. This is that area here. Windermere, I think we've talked about you guys for a little while. Barney, Morton, Mantador. Let's see here. Radar indicated this is capable of producing a thunderstorm near Windermere or 25 miles north of Veblen, moving east at 30. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation in here. Still kind of hanging on. Near Windermere. So, if you're in this warning, please take it seriously. Also, some hail and strong winds are also surging out down to the south here, so definitely be in your tornado safe space. Barney, Windermere, Morton, Mantador. I think we're starting to see the storms get into this traffic camera. There we go. Now and then the traffic cameras need a reset. Checking down on our severe storm complex. Coming through now, Ord, Ravenna, Grand Isle, Kearney, Minden, Hastings, Holdridge, Alma, and Franklin. Good news is we're not seeing as many of those 60, 70 to 80 mile an hour reports. Still here near Ansley, 66, 58, couple 66 reports, I think, from Ansley, and a 60. So still seeing some pretty strong winds here moving through central Nebraska right now. St. Paul, Hastings, Grand Isle, you guys are up next. That extends also down into Norton. This is in Kansas too. Norton, Hoxley, Hoxie, even down towards Grinnell and I-70 may get down as far as that. I don't know about that one, but we'll see. I think particularly north of I-70, that's where we're probably going to get a little more concentrated severe weather. Hoxie, Moreland, Hill City, Nicodemus, Edmond, Lenora, Norton, and Almana in northwest Kansas. Still watching that considerable apple-sized hail threat. They've increased the hail threat, actually. Still a bit of rotation north and west of Turkey. But, yeah, there's definitely some large hail in here. We're seeing those blues. That should slide north of Turkey, Texas, but towards Tampico and Settlement, Texas. You guys need to be basically in a tornado safe space, away from doors and windows, lowest level into your room, and away from skylights. That is apple-sized hail coming towards those locations. That is soon to be the only storm in West Texas. There's another little storm still holding on here along I-40, but pretty soon, and right now that's the only severe storm in West Texas, other than the one still ongoing down along the along the Rio Grande, not rotating like it was before, and I think it's fading pretty fast here. There's still a little area of hail coming towards Texas 163. This is well north of Comstock, Texas, by like 20 so miles. I don't think there's many communities out here. There is a community called Baker's Crossing. You guys may get some hail out of this one as it's coming towards you guys. Quarter-size hail, though. It's down to quarter-size hail. So that's good. Checking in here on Shreveport. Starting to see the heavy winds. I think they're about to hit our camera. I see the cars are slowing down just ahead of our camera. And lightning is definitely showing up there too. So this is pretty much right on top of our camera here. All that is pushing through Plain Dealing, Benton, Shreveport, Greenwood, Waxham, and then right along the Texas border. A little bit of convergence there. That's an area to watch. But some pretty strong winds here coming towards Stonewall, Four Forks, Coulter, Longstreet, Wood Springs, Grand Cane, Logansport. We were just in this area, I think, the other day talking about severe weather. So, yeah, this area from Dallas, Fort Worth, along the Red River, down to Shreveport. You guys have gotten rounds of storms for a lot of the last month. Down to Houston, have had pretty significant severe weather this month. But so far, June is kind of starting off a little different. Not as large of the tornado outbreak threats, but the severe weather days, I think both days here in June have had enhanced risk. So we've continued the trend of pretty significant severe weather days in June. Looks like we might get one more tomorrow. It's at least a slight risk. We'll see if that gets upgraded at all or expanded at all. It might, but and actually I can look here. Let me see what the models are kind of indicating for tomorrow. All right, let's see here. So taking a look at the HRRR, still showing the cluster of storms in the Dakotas like we have now. With the tornado warning, there's a big lightning there. And you can see the winds, they're picking up on this traffic camera. The rain is blowing across the car lights there, and pretty good lightning. And we'll keep an eye on that camera too. But let's see. So the HRRR shows the complex kind of scattered storms in the Dakotas and Minnesota, as well as the cluster around Kearney, Nebraska, and then a few isolated storms in West Texas, and also the cluster of storms in eastern Texas. So good news to start. It's always good to check the model and see if the latest run, starts with some pretty accurate data. So moving through tonight, may get some additional development in Kansas. In West Kansas, the models are kind of picking up on some storms overnight into the early morning in West Kansas. Meanwhile, the storms that are kind of scattered in the Dakotas somewhat cluster up into a bit of a complex that moves through Minnesota and maybe northern Wisconsin. Probably not severe over the morning, but you may get an occasional warning or two. And then that complex that starts in West Kansas, the models have kind of riding down into Oklahoma, maybe even western Missouri at some point, and then down towards the Red River, Arkansas, Oklahoma, with some new development down towards Texas. And that rides kind of into Shreveport again by tomorrow, with some additional storms, along the Red River. May get a few complex. It does look like the models indicated a couple more rounds of storms through the Red River Valley, through Arkansas, Oklahoma, into northern Louisiana. And then kind of what's left of the storm energy on the northern side that may cluster up a little bit overnight. That remaining storm energy is what we would have to deal with, possibly re-firing tomorrow in southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. So kind of if we do get severe weather, it may be spread out a bit again tomorrow, somewhat into, a couple clusters of storms up in northern Illinois and Wisconsin, in the mid-Mississippi, back through Arkansas, back into the Red River, and yeah, so we may get a kind of a couple clusters of storms. And then we'll see beyond there if there does end up being a larger complex like the day 3 outlook shows, pushing through the western Great Lakes. All right, let's check in on our, it is coming down in Shreveport. Check in on our tornado warning. Still just radar indicated. This is that area around Windermere. Kind of a broad area rotation. It's weak and broad, but still in here between Windermere and Barney. So stay in your safe space. It's always good to just take these tornado warnings seriously, and even if there's no tornado that develops, you've at least practiced your tornado action plan. Larger than that, there's a 60-mile-an-hour wind threat. They've also surrounded that with a tornado possible tag, so that's nice to see. Good technique there by the Weather Service. I like when they do that. There's a tornado warning in the one part of the storm, but then they've outlined, and also ahead of the tornado warning, the tornado possible tag. Pretty good storm south of Morris in Minnesota. That's a pretty good storm there. Also checking in on that storm in Rochester, Minnesota. That's pushing closer to Rochester. Doesn't look as much rotation as there was before, but this is a decent sized hailstorm. Half dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds pushing from Byron over to Rochester, Minnesota. And also a pretty good storm here near Little Falls, Minnesota, and Belle Prairie. I may have some small hail up here along Route 10, well north of Minneapolis, St. Paul. Let's check back down here. Brookings, severe storms north of you guys. Still a bit of rotation in there. And there has been some campers tipped over. Yeah, this is why we say don't, get into sturdy structure, because even a severe thunderstorm can tip over camping trailers. Yeah, 56-mile-an-hour wind. If that hits you a certain way, that could tip over a camping trailer. And quarter-sized hail. That's a pretty nasty storm still. There's some rotation in there too, so we have to watch that storm. And then still seeing these severe winds pushing through Ord, St. Paul, Ravenna, Grand Isle, Kearney, Minden, Alma, Norton, Hoxie, and Grinnell, Kansas. Looks like they're going to allow the warning to expire there and at least temporarily put in a special weather statement for winds up to 50. Yeah, that seems to be slowly downtrending. 60-mile-an-hour wind reported in Holdridge. So, pretty good severe weather event here in central Nebraska. And still watching our apple-sized hail around Turkey, Texas. That is rotating a lot less than it was earlier, so that's good to see. I think it's slowly going to start downtrending here. We're not seeing those blues and pinks as much. Still seeing a lot of purple. And it looks like that has verified a storm chaser via social media. 3.4-inch hail. That's on that area around 256 that we talked about earlier, east of Silverton, Texas. One thunderstorm warning still left in southwest Texas. Ooh, and that thing is about done. I don't think it's going to make it the 29 minutes. This warning is still here. You may get some hail, though, falling out of Baker's Crossing. Thunderstorm like this has had large hail through its life. It now can't support that hail with the updraft, so it's going to fall and drop any of that large hail that's still remaining. So still, even though it looks less impressive on the reflectivity, it's good there's actually a warning in place, because there could be some pretty large hail falling out of the storm while it's collapsing. But I think that will be done for that history there. Still seeing some strong storms south of Tyler towards Jacksonville, Rusk, Palestine, Corsica, Hubbard, Dawson, Wortham, and Fairfield, Texas. None of those are severe, but there's some strong storms in there. And then still watching in the Shreveport Metro, we're seeing that on the traffic camera. Heavy rain, lightning, wind-blown rain, 60-mile-an-hour winds. There is a couple areas of rotation. This one here is particularly interesting, but I think it's more of a convergence. There is a little notch here too that we have to watch. Yeah, let me clear that out. A little bit of notching right in here south of Shreveport. And then pretty heavy storms here from Spring Hill, Louisiana, Haynesville, Homer, Minden, Gibbsland, Arcadia, Ringgold, Martin, and Coushatta. This has all been extended out for 60-mile-an-hour winds. check up on our tornado warning storm here near Windermere. Still some rotation in here. It's still listed as radar indicated, so some good news there. That storm that I mentioned south of Morris is going to get a severe thunderstorm warning for half-dollar size hail. That's probably correct. Pretty strong storm there. Fairfield, Danvers, Holloway towards Benson, Minnesota. And then checking in on Rochester, Minnesota. Still that strong storm with some hail to the west of you guys. Half-dollar size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, I think we are seeing the downtrending of these storms here. Still severe warning, though. It'll be interesting to see what happens when they get a little further east. Right now, the severe thunderstorm watch goes out to about York and Columbus. Seems like right now the Weather Service is confident they'll be sub-severe by then, and it may be true. We're starting to see more of these special weather statements replace the severe thunderstorm warning. So that's some good news here for these areas. So this destructive severe thunderstorm near Turkey, Texas. Again, not rotating like it did earlier. It produced a number of tornadoes back north and west of Silverton, Texas. But still seeing likely some large hail coming out of that storm. A lot of lightning showing up in that storm here near Shreveport. We're seeing that pretty good amount of flashes. Let's see any new updates here from the Storm Prediction Center. Not much. There still is still pretty good amount of storm energy they talked about earlier here, especially from the Shreveport and west and northern Louisiana, and then also kind of northeast Texas. So, an enhanced area here, there could be for some severe weather, maybe even a little less than that. From about Waco to Jasper to Alexandria up to Ruston, somewhere in this area, they're still kind of saying, highlighting for pretty good parameters for some severe weather. I think we're seeing that pushing through the Shreveport metro right now. Again, I think we could see a few severe thunderstorms back here towards Jacksonville, Palestine, and Corsica. Yeah, there's some pretty strong wind in that storm here near Hubbard and Dawson, Texas. Watching this little area again of convergence kind of right in this area. I think there were two cells that kind of met up right here. And there's still that little notch Hasn't really converted that into tornadic potential, but it's an area to watch as it moves kind of north and east. Actually, let's see how that is moving. Yeah, we can see it was a cell by itself, or out ahead of the line, and it's kind of merged into it. So that particular notch is moving a little bit more northeast, while the whole line is moving to the southeast, or north and yeah, northeast. So there's a little area there to watch, but that's likely some strong winds surging out. I feel like we just did this, but this is the same area that had a mesoscale convective system the other night, so we're we're seeing it again through Shreveport, Mansfield. This one seems to be a little less tornadic though than the other night, but some of the same town. So hopefully people cleaned up their storm damage from the other day because they're getting another round of it. The other thing too, this area's had rounds of severe storms the last few days, and actually longer than that, the last good part of the last month or so. This area from Dallas, Shreveport down to Houston. The other thing too is because this whole area in kind of western Louisiana and eastern Texas has had so much severe weather, is there might be trees and tree limbs that have held up for one round of storms, but they're not going to hold up for this next round. So creates even a little bit higher potential for some thunderstorm tree damage, and also power lines, and trees get knocked into power lines, things like that. Creates a little higher potential for that since some of these trees have been damaged multiple rounds. Still considerable threat out here near Turkey, Texas. Not rotating though like it was before. And we're starting to see these cores decrease again. So that's a good sign. This is downtrending. Our storm here in West Texas is done. I think this storm is going to be the next one to do that. Again though, if you're out in front of this, even if we see the reflectivity dropping, we're not seeing those purples and pinks and bright blue colors. We're just seeing more of the deeper reds and a few purples. If this storm has been holding up those chunky hailstones, now that updraft can't hold that up, and in which case those bigger hailstones, if there's any left up in this storm, will fall to the ground. So we really need to watch, and that's why the severe warning continues here from Turkey, Texas, up along Route 86 towards Esteline. There's a few places in here: Tampico, Settlement, Weatherly, Parnell, and Halver. You guys really need to treat this severe thunderstorm pretty seriously, especially be lowest level into your room, not below skylights, because you still could get some baseball to apple-sized hail falling out of this. Not as widespread. It'd probably be some small hail, then all of a sudden, boom, a big chunk of ice, hits. So be inside for sure. Still seeing some 60-mile-an-hour wind reports here near Kearney and Holdridge. Ford had a 55-mile-an-hour gust recently. And then let's check back here with our tornado warning. Still ongoing here. A few more minutes. 3 more minutes here for Windmere over to Morton. Yeah, it's kind of, it's broadened out. It's this kind of a shear line in here. But stay in your safe space a few more minutes, and then this will pass. They've dropped the considerable threat, so that's a good sign. The storm is likely on the downtrend eventually too. That storm near Little Falls did get a severe thunderstorm warning. Belle Prairie, Platte, and Piers, and Little Falls. This is for half dollar size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind. up there in kind of north central Minnesota. Watching Rochester, the wind is downtrending, and so is the hail, but still some pretty good strong thunderstorm southwest sides of Rochester, Minnesota. Had some hail, looks like in Kaysen, 1-inch hail report. So still possible to get some 1-inch hail out of that storm. And then still watching this area here, there is a little bit of rotation still in this, but quarter size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. There has been campers tipped over. Yeah, campers tipped over, relayed through emergency management. There's been a 50, I think it was 56-mile-an-hour wind gust. Also some 1-inch hail. This is around Lake Point Set. So this is why we say, get to a sturdy shelter, because severe thunderstorms can do damage to temporary structures like mobile homes, camping trailers, sheds and outbuildings, things like that. This is broadened out pretty significantly, so don't see a big threat there for tornadic development unless it tightens up pretty significantly. But yeah, we're really starting to see these severe weather watches here, or warnings, decrease. They're bringing them down to the special weather statements for 50-mile-an-hour winds. So still up, there we go. We're just dropped all of those at once. It's 9:45, so I guess that they may have all happened to expire at the same time, but it's a pretty strong area of wind and rain and lightning, so it's still not a great time to travel on I-80. I'm sure there's probably a lot of truckers that are doing this, but at the least, the good news is it's moving with the highway, so there's always a bigger danger when the wind is perpendicular versus parallel to the highway. That may eventually happen if this complex gets to I-29, and that probably will happen a little more seriously over here, where we do have some high winds approaching I-29. I-29 runs north-south, and we have winds that are slamming that highway from the northwest. So that is a higher potential to cause some like trailers and truck incidents here. Yeah, don't see a lot of tornadic development imminent with that cell. This is some very good news for a very hard hit tonight area of weather here. North Platte, Broken Bow, Kearney, and southwest Nebraska. This has been downgraded again from a destructive to considerable threat. Still lime-sized hail. And the rotation is basically gone. So I think that one is ending on us. And then still watching that little notch there. If that does tighten up or spin up, that would be over towards Ringgold. So keep an eye on that one. This is still 60-mile-an-hour wind. I think that's going to do it for tonight. Maybe on tomorrow. Yeah, we've dropped our tornado warning. So no tornado warnings right now. Down to 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. Flash flooding is a very dangerous thing. It kills more people than tornadoes and lightning. So please take any flash flood warnings seriously. I know sometimes myself, but also the other weather streamers don't cover flash flooding as much as we probably should. It just doesn't have that ooh factor, to for the views and things like that. And a lot of people don't take pictures of it. There's not storm chasers out chasing flash flooding. So I guess there's a few reasons why we don't cover it sometimes, but there are some pretty dangerous events here for flash flooding. And especially this area here in eastern Texas that's had a ton of heavy rain this spring. Please take any of these flash flood warnings seriously. There's going to be, even if there's non-severe storms, These storms are going to continue for at least the next few hours and maybe much of the overnight from these areas here in eastern Texas. So you may be under more flash flood warnings in eastern Texas here, especially around Nacogdoches, Lufkin, Jasper, Tyler, Longview, especially if these storms kind of just hang on in this area. So please take those seriously. And as well as any other tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings, have multiple ways to get warnings. Don't rely on myself or one other streamer. Have multiple streamers if you're watching them. Social media, all the National Weather Service offices have their own Twitter and Facebook and social media pages. So you can follow them. Obviously, local news is good, but have multiple ways to get warnings, especially here. It looks like into the plains this evening. This may extend a little bit into overnight for parts of Minnesota and eastern Dakotas. And I think we're on the downtrend finally here in Nebraska, but there still may be a warning or two that come out of Nebraska for some strong winds. And then I think we are definitely downtrending here in Texas with just the one lime-sized hail. Considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. But yeah, that one is, I think, quickly leaving us as well. So the tornado threat also seems to be decreasing. So stay safe, everyone. Have a great night. Happy June, our first June broadcast. And then we'll keep things going here. We'll have more severe weather coverage, more weather updates, and also as we get into hurricane season, more hurricane coverage. So thank you for joining us, and have a safe night, everyone.